We, of course, adjourned the meeting on Friday, having heard 49 submitters, and now we're reconvening the meeting, and we're going to have our 50th and so on. And our first submitter this morning is Gordon Moller. So, Gordon, if you would like to come up and tell us your views, that would be great. You've got 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Gordon Moller. I'm an architect. I practiced for 30 years in Wellington City and then 25 years in Auckland City, and I'm still working. I grew up in Lower Hutt. I just thought it was, I'm one of the 3 architects who designed the Civic Centre as we see it. There was a collaborative put together with Ian Vathfield and Maurice Tebbs. Roger Shand was the city architect and Helena Richie was the councillor at the time. And I just thought it was worthwhile just talking about a little bit about what happened and how the Civic Centre ended up as it is. I'm not here to lament changes. I know cities must grow and change, but I thought it was quite useful to talk about the background of the Civic Centre. So in the early 1970s, Professor Kennedy from Auckland University, on behalf of the City Council, developed a grand plan for the city centre, and it included grand boulevards, but it also a town hall to be located at the bottom of Cuba Street. And that scheme didn't proceed, but what did happen is the Michael Fowler followed that plan and was built on that location. So that's why the Michael Fowler Centre and the Town Hall are so close together, because originally the Town Hall was meant to be demolished. During the 70s, that view changed to say we should preserve buildings and regenerate them, and because the Town Hall had such good acoustics, was so good for music and the like. So towards the end of the 80s, the council and the people of Wellington decided that it was time to create a special place for the people of Wellington to make it relate to the harbour, relate to the city. And so a collaborative team was organised. Fletchers were to build it on behalf of the council, and so that then proceeded. And so we were asked to look at what might be done. So we preserved the town hall, the Michael Fowler Centre, the municipal office building and the library. And we then said we should create a place, and that was to close Mercer Street. And so then we looked at the other buildings, new buildings to go with the existing buildings, regenerating the existing, refurbishing them. And so that was the library on the corner of Harris Street and the civic administration to close the square off on the western zone. We also looked at the transport, the streets and the linkages. That's Willis Street through to the Civic Centre via Wakefield Street and Mercer Street, Victoria Street, Cuba Street. And so we thought about the view shaft through from the Dominion Building through the square to Oriental Bay and St Gerard's Monastery. We considered the Victoria Street linkage to Cuba Street, hence the pathway that became a ramp that curves around the back of the library and connects through between the 2 buildings of the Michael Fowler Centre and the Town Hall to Cuba Street itself, and that became a ramp. So then it created a threshold on the eastern side of the Civic Centre, which was then Mercer Street closed, and so that created a launch pad for the Sea to City Bridge, which we thought was really, really important. So we created an amphitheatre, and we created a series of buildings to around that square to make a sense of place, a sense of occasion. The artists and sculptors we worked with, Rewi Thompson, John Gray, Marita Matchet, Matt Pine, Toi Mahi, they all told the story, and so I suppose that evolved 35 years ago, and so it is now facing a new challenge. In terms of the scheme that's being currently put forward, I would not support it at all on the basis that it erodes those very characteristics that we tried to achieve, not because we were doing it, because they were good for creating a sense of place, a sense that could be celebrated as the centre of Wellington and related to the harbour, the city and the harbour. It erodes the eastern zone by demolishing the bridge and creates a pedestrian crossing in relation to Jervois Quay, which is a very high-density road. I don't know how on earth that's going to work. I think it won't work at all, in my view. It suggests a bridge, which is a meaningless, narrow bridge, which has none of the quality that the existing Plaza, C plus P bridge has, where you can spend time on it. And it also truncates the pathway that connects Victoria Street with Cuba Street, and it creates a meandering path through the centre, which is really going back to what Mercer Street was, in my view, with some planting either side. It destroys the very nature of a space. So a plaza or piazza is about a room without a roof. That's what all of the great piazzas of the world are. And that's what I believe we created. And the last one, of course, was to celebrate the Neil Dawson, which hangs from the spling. So I just say, in terms of your deliberations, think here seriously about what you're losing and what can be created. Retain buildings. There's no reason to demolish buildings, in my view. There's various ways of dealing with these buildings in terms of seismic strengthening and regenerating them. It costs a lot more to build a new building than refurbish an old one. So I say what we did originally was keep buildings, build new, and create a new mix of new and old. And that's what all the great cities of the world have done. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Looks like you've made your points extremely clearly. Thank you very much. Louise Tong, I think, is our next speaker. Louise, do you realise we're not talking about the zoo today?
I used to weave it in. Kia ora, good morning, councillors, and thank you for your time today. I'm here today to urge you to reprioritise and reorder the council's work streams. It just does not make any sense to me to embark on an expensive design, consultation and build process right now for two reasons. Firstly, and obviously, you have not resolved the long-term plan, and therefore you have no firm view on your capital envelope. In fact, with seemingly sudden swings in your financial model, with last-minute and favourable changes to the model outputs in the order of $800 million, it seems apparent there is a long way to go before you or your ratepayers can have confidence in your financial forecasts. I note also that your long-term plan rests heavily on a heroic population growth assumption of 50,000 ratepayers. I urge you to get this certainty, to get this foundational assumption of 50,000 population growth updated now, because the fiscal crisis your ratepayers face will worsen if our city doesn't grow as you so optimistically forecast. Secondly, your position on the City to Sea Bridge seems to me to be a rushed, predetermined stance. I note the Kestrel Engineers report says the bridge should not be assessed against the NBS, and I quote, therefore, the City to Sea Bridge cannot be determined to be earthquake prone. The report goes on to make another heroic assumption, and one that is erroneous by my calculations, about the amount of traffic that might possibly be squeezed under it in the event of an earthquake. I walked under the bridge this morning, and there is no way that the amount of traffic that they forecast that could be under the bridge at any one time is feasible. The cited $100 million remediation cost is laughable. No wonder the commentary you read is scathing. It is clear you do not have public support to tear down this beloved feature. So on those 2 points, please stop. Please get your population growth assumption updated and tested rigorously. Sort out your long-term plan. Get a good handle on your capital envelope and priorities. Sort out the City to Sea Bridge outcome properly, and then proceed. My final point is this, and it applies to the Civic Square project and more broadly. Please, please spend your ratepayers' money judiciously, including on Te Ngākau Civic Square project. Your voting public are aghast at what council projects cost, and you are losing the trust of the people. How will you demonstrate to ratepayers that you are delivering projects like Civic Square in a way that delivers both a beautiful public space, which I support, at a reasonable cost? Please keep a cap on your consultancy fees, manage your construction costs, and factor in cost and value as core objectives. Wellington City ratepayers are struggling to afford their rates already, and I speak here not for myself, but for many people that I have come across. Funding your plans, all of your plans, will cause yet more pain. Yes, there is significant investment required in water infrastructure, but this means being really prudent elsewhere. If you want to invest in projects like the Civic Square, then savings need to be made elsewhere. Increases in personnel costs of 50% over 5 years needs to be reversed. Other activities need to be stopped. Tim, are you listening? Like the $120 million we are spending on the zoo. That is not affordable in a city the size of Wellington. If you want to do all these other things, you cannot do everything, everywhere, all at once. We cannot afford it. Thank you.
Louise, you've got 20 seconds to go, and I think Councillor Chung would like to ask you a question.
Great, thanks very much, Louise. Much appreciated. You've listed a few things that you consider that we should either defer or drop because of the shortage of money. What would you actually like to keep?
Well, I have quite a long list. That was the very shortened version.
Yep.
Look, I mean, there are big expenditure items like water infrastructure. But, you know, I think the Civic Square beautification is a valuable project. It's a valued city space. But if you're going to do these things, you need to stop doing other things. You know, you can't just keep adding to the list and just flowing it through rates. You know, there are students, there are pensioners, there are people on fixed income.
That's great. No, we've well and truly run out of time. Thank you very much, Louise.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. And our next presentation is from Guy Kennedy. Thank you very much.
Is it possible, so I know I don't want to scare the city councilors, but can I walk up to the monitors because I like to point, because I can't even see it. I hate to say my eyesight's so bad.
No, the trouble is you've got a choice. We can either hear you or we can... So you can.
Oh, you'll hear me. I'm a...
No. Other people are online, so you've got to stand there, sorry. So the other people can hear.
Yeah. Okay, so I want to start very quickly, and this is from your website. What I'm going to say today are facts. I don't talk about money or whatever. This is concrete, steel, and what is here. This is your image, which is not fact. It's an idea, but what I'm showing here is you're seeing the library, and you see the glass underneath the new square that's being built. This is the 14-story building next to it. And if you look here, this is what our library looks as today and the way it's going to look when it's done. You see the square where there's a room, and underneath is a glass. And as you can see, the entrance to the library, the main one is coming from the Civic Square. They have now made this a priority for people to enter the library. They enter the library, and then they have this glass wall. Here's a picture coming through that door, looking at that glass wall. And as you can see, you're looking straight into Victoria Street. Next picture. As you go here, you're going to lose it with the building. Going back, you can see that people and all the architecture features of what is now going to be there is now going to be blocked by a building. We go. And this is, I'm standing right next to the glass wall. You go and look and see the architecture of Victoria, you see Lido. This is not, ideas in the future. This is done. This is what it's going to look like. And putting the building where you have, if you look at this picture, you will see there is the glass box and there is the glass wall on ground level. And you see it's back from the sidewalk. You see where the sign is, where the wall is, that is the street. And this is the size of building you're going to do. It's a 12 to 10 story, and it's going to go all the way to the street. Now, when you go back to that view, you're looking that, wait a second, you're not going to see anything but that building. Whatever you put there is going to block, and I guarantee you many architects saying they built that glass wall and entranceway to look at something better than that building. I want to keep on going, and another example is there is the library that you spent all this money, that it's done, and you see that open space. If you made that open space and put it in there that you put Okay, let me go back. I'm sorry. You look in that space, which is the CAB, and make that a park or a place where people will go from the library and keep the MOB and put your new building there. It's a 50-50 split. I know that you want to sell the place and lease it out and get the money, but make some of it park so you have the view from the library, you have people that can go, and then you have the MOB. And again, this is a picture from the square with the cab building gone. And look what it looks like in our square. People all up Victoria, going up Mesa, they will see the fern ball. They'll be attracted to come into that square. I want to say quickly, and Helena Richie behind me can testify to this, because she used to live in that Dominion building, that the Southerly does not go that way because you have all the buildings coming in the hillside behind us. The only thing we ever went into that square was the Northerlies, and they're usually warmer. But look at that view from the Civic Square. I better hurry up. So the other thing is that everyone said, oh, we want the Civic Square to be a place where people go, we'll put in a hotel or whatever. No, what you want to do is all the buses come from the train station down Willis, and they used to go down Mercer and zoom over to Victoria to go over to Courtney Place. If you put into that park an island for all the buses, it will be the only place that somebody comes into this city that actually can get off a bus and not have to cross any roads to go to Topapa, St. John's, the Gallery, all these different places. Because when you take the bus from the bus station, train station into town, the time they say to get off the bus is in Courtney's Place, where the theaters are. And that's like walking 2 blocks, going across the filling station to go there. Next picture. Just want to go quick. Here's the street of Mercer Street going in, and the artwork can go into the park. And I want to go to this building because I agree with the guy real quick. This is the old MOB building, and we added glass to it. If we cut it off like that, so it's the same height as the town hall, and turn it into, like we heard on Friday, maybe the Sea Museum, or better yet, put a glass roof. Every major city in Europe has a farmers/market food. I'm not talking about a stupid food court where they have the same restaurants, but you have that into our civic square, a place like that. It will attract people. It will attract foreigners.
We've run out of time, so
No problem.
Is there a final point you wanted to make, or is that?
Basically, look what you have now, and I'm asking the city councilors, go into the library, go to where the entrance is, look out those windows, and decide what you want. Because if you put a building across both the MOB and the CAB.
Yep, no, that's great. Thank you very much.
Hey, thanks for your time.
Thank you.
And our next speaker is Katherine Underwood.
Hello, is this on? Yes, it is.
Yep.
Kia ora, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today, and thank you most of all for listening. I'm aware that you have all read and digested and thought deeply about my submission, so I'm only going to summarise the main points here. But first off, I support all the comments made by Inner City Wellington, and I support all previous comments made by the New Zealand Academy of Fine Arts, re the City Art Gallery, which I gather is no longer part of this consultation. But regarding the consultation, once again, a biased approach from the council, which leaves little space for alternative options. It's a standard council questionnaire with a foregone conclusion, and the survey treats Wellingtonians like little children. Secondly, there is a perfectly good bridge in place already. It allows residents and guests to walk, cycle, crawl, wheel, and get pushed over already. It doesn't need strengthening, and I repeat what many have said before me. It is not a building, so it isn't governed by the same rules regarding NBS earthquakes. In my experience as a Wellingtonian, of some decades and with a business continuity background, if that bridge collapses because of a liquefaction event, it is almost a given that the road will be impacted by the same liquefaction event. To believe otherwise, that it will be a safe passage for emergency vehicles, just strikes me as delusional. The bridge is an artwork. It is also the only place in the city where one can experience the harbour from a height. All other views at height are from buildings, which are generally inaccessible to the likes of the mere public. The council is moving into a building that has uninterrupted and expansive views of the harbour and the distant hills. Retaining the bridge will give the same beautiful asset to those that don't work for the council. And to be honest, the council can't afford a $30 million budget for something that isn't needed. I don't have any faith that the council will build a building on the square that will be of any class or quality. And this is based on the extension to the library, which is blocked off the only connection between the city and Civic Square. I call it the pimple, and it's taken away a really good view shaft from Mercer Street to Civic Square. And the only way to restore this is to not build a building on public land and then sell it off to somebody for $35 million for 150 years, which I haven't fact-checked. The city has been short of 56 tennis courts of green space for the existing population, and since this calculation, and I'm not sure it was pre or post-COVID, there has been a small space set aside behind a tall building on Taranaki Street. This goes nowhere to accommodating the required green space for the increase in population that the council is still expecting. Wellington has an overload of commercial buildings, many that are being turned into apartments. The last thing the council should be doing is building commercial buildings on public land. I would like to see that space where the building is being demolished turned into a park showcasing native plants specific to Wellington. It's a place where people can gather, where protests, peaceful marches, groups, whatever it can be, as a civic square, civic for people. We don't need another commercial building in Wellington. And as the gentleman said before, you're blocking off a beautiful, stunning view. I'm just sorry, the hand is gone. It should also have dark sky lighting. The last thing we also need to do is add to the light pollution in the city. But to be honest, if the council was a business, they would be in liquidation. If they were a house, they'd be up for a mortgagee sale. I'd like to see the council tighten its belt like all households in Wellington are doing. Look at staffing numbers, projects that can easily be deferred for 5 to 10 years, concentrate on core services like roads, parks, pipes, libraries, community centres and playing fields, and a few others. But just listen to the people. That's it. You've got 44 seconds to ask me questions.
Any questions? Katie, it looks like you nailed your topic so clearly that nobody has any questions. So thank you very much.
Katherine, when I'm up here.
And our next speaker is Bi Bong.
Kia ora, my name is Bi Bong and I'm a recent graduate with a Bachelor of Architectural Studies. I am passionate about how local cultural design impacts the wider community and am here to express my thoughts on the Te Ngākau Precinct Development Plan from both a design perspective and that of a young wahine living in Wellington. I am also representing the next generation that will inherit design responsibility of Civic Square. While Civic Square is not perfect, what is proposed is unacceptable. My concerns focus on 3 key areas: tūranga waiwai, cultural activation, and safety. Tūranga waiwai is critical in an urban setting. The City to Sea Bridge is more than just a crossing, but a landmark that allows people to gather, connect, and appreciate the city and Moana. However, the proposed changes would disrupt this. From an urban design perspective, for example, a wide open pedestrian crossing leading directly to the waterfront will not mitigate traffic noise, create wayfinding confusion, and detract from the square's identity as an urban square. Civic Square would lose its sense of place and no longer be a destination, leaving people uncertain of its purpose. Cultural activation is at the centre of Civic Square's identity and it must be preserved. Scenario 3, however, transforms the square into a mixed-use site, replacing vital cultural functions with commercial development. This shift reduces the square's ability to engage the community, including for young people like myself. There is a strong desire amongst young people for Civic Square to be more inclusive, to embrace and express Wellington's unique creative character, and this is important for us young people, the next generation, to build a collective cultural identity and sense of belonging. Scenario 3 also proposes removing the Michael Fowler Centre, a key cultural asset which would further diminish Tūranga Waiwai. Additionally, the 11-storey building in this scenario casts excessive shade, which contradicts the stated principles of the Te Ngākau plan. This option is inappropriate and counterintuitive. It appears Scenario 3 was made only to be redundant. Finally, safety is a major concern. The current Civic Square allows for natural surveillance due to its open space and clear sightlines. However, the scenarios propose dense vegetation to screen circulation paths that reduces visibility. This poses risks for entrapment and concealment, especially concerning wahine, who are more vulnerable walking alone at night. Should a new scenario fulfill these concerns, the civic needs of Wellington will be served. In conclusion, the Te Ngākau Precinct Development Plan must start again. I urge involving a diverse demographic to foster inclusive, equitable, and intergenerational urban design outcomes. I urge ongoing consultation at each stage of the development to ensure an honest, transparent conversation. Please do not shut down public dialogue. Demolition of the city to Seabridge must not proceed until an appropriate plan is presented. Ngā mihi nui.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much for this. Regarding the City to Sea Bridge, have you had a look at the concept drawing of a new bridge, a sweeping bridge coming across that quay?
Yes.
Do you like that at all?
No.
Okay, great, thank you.
Councillor Bennett.
Thank you. How would you suggest we go about trying to create a coherent whole, given that we're sort of dealing with things bit by bit at the moment, just because of earthquake issues?
I think it's difficult for me to provide a solution for this. However, I think the consultation itself needs to restart and actually involve more of the community to present their opinions on the whole. Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Abdul-Rahman.
So the first one is the argument to demolish the bridge is that it's a safety concern, but what you are saying is demolishing itself is going to create a safety concern for young people. So saying that leave as it is that what you're saying?
I don't think that was my point, sorry. Could you please repeat your question?
So the argument is, from what we're getting, is the bridge is currently a safety concern. But what you're saying is demolishing the bridge is going to create a safety concern if people have to cross through the road.
There's a high concentration of cars that pass through Jervois Quay, and if providing a wide pedestrian crossing will not provide any safety, and that is my point.
And you also have a concern about the consultation?
Yes, I don't think it was a transparent conversation so far. I think many people are aware of that.
Okay, thanks very much. Your time is up. Thank you. Matthew Wendon is our next presenter.
So my name's Matthew Wendon. I'm an urban designer working here in Wellington, having recently returned from London, where I was leading projects across Europe, Middle East, Africa and Europe. Today I wanted to add my voice to the wealth of built environment professionals who have expressed concern over this project, both from a process point of view, but also from a design and outcomes perspective. My written submission outlines at a high level my key concerns from an urban design perspective, and is intended to be read alongside those of my colleagues in architecture, landscape design, planning, SEPTED, etc., who are better placed to comment on those aspects. As in my submission, I'd like to start by expressing my support for the objective of revitalising Te Ngākau Civic Square and bringing this important public space up to the high standards of activation and design that were established through the Wellington waterfront. The two key points that I wanted to touch on today was around consultation process and specifically the design and its relation to the civic nature of the square. So firstly, on consultation, I acknowledge the consultation process that is enabling me to speak today. However, in my opinion, this has come too late in the project. The format that this consultation is taking precludes any real kind of engagement or ability for constructive betterment of the project. Useful and well-run engagement from early in the process allows for the project to evolve and to be shaped by the input from both the public and more closely selected stakeholder and professional reference groups. Engagement at this stage has a real risk to project, which unfortunately has been the case here. The proposals as presented really need to be looked at right from the beginning, the kind of core principles surrounding how they were developed, which at this stage forces engagement to become an aid for decision making. Essentially, it's making a decision on whether to push forward despite opposition or to shelve the project. Moving on to the civic nature of the square and the design, the development plan as it stands, so all of the options presented, lack any adequate kind of spatial definition to create cohesive and welcoming civic space. The current design does not create a strong sense of enclosure or comfort for users, nor does it provide appropriate civic scale for such an important public space. It's critical that this space, if it's to act as a square, is clearly delineated, at least at a perceptual level. Enclosure of space is a key urban design and landscape principle. Without this perceptual definition of the space, the use of the area changes. It essentially becomes a place to move through rather than to stop, congregate, or use as a gathering space. The stairs in the current square, in conjunction with the ramp, provide this perceptual enclosure to the square, something that is glaringly absent from all of the proposals as they stand. In removing this, the space ceases to function as a square. It essentially becomes a glorified alleyway or through route that also noticeably doesn't connect to key routes such as Chews Lane. The loss of the civic space has implications not only for the day-to-day kind of functioning and gathering of the square itself, but also for the participation in the democratic life of the city. Civic Square has always been a symbol for the heart of Wellington, separate and distinct from that of the central government around in Papatea. In terms of recommendations, these are outlined in my written proposal, but essentially take no action in the short term. There's a real danger of immediate decisions that are made now ahead of a cohesive proposal, creating kind of further problems, and to re-engage in an appropriate process that essentially would be to take a step right back to the beginning and look at this from a principles-led approach. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Councillor Free.
Yeah, thank you. I wish we had longer. The square was hard to activate when there wasn't actually an event happening. Do you have any comment on that and what might have been the reason behind that?
I think it was largely to do with the edge activation of the current buildings, the cab and mob, and I think redevelopment of those buildings is going to be a positive for the square, and being able to introduce more active kind of edges in terms of the perception of activity that's going on within those spaces will really benefit the activation of the square as a whole.
Thank you. We've run out of time, actually, but remember, we will be having morning tea in about 10 minutes. So if you do, there's a couple of questions, I think, from other councillors. So if you are still here, then I'm sure they can follow up. We now have Bronwyn Holloway-Smith as our next presenter, please.
We have a slide presentation, so I'm hoping that's going to come up. And I'd just like to introduce my co-director from Public Art Heritage Aotearoa New Zealand, Sue Elliott, who will kick us off. Thank you.
Good morning. Public Art Heritage Aotearoa New Zealand is a research initiative that we established in 2019 to find, document, promote and seek protections for Aotearoa's 20th century public art heritage. Our website, publicart.nz, launched last year and currently lists over 400 artworks from around the motu. We work with an expert panel who assess the works on our register and classify them, guided by Heritage New Zealand criteria. Several of the works we will speak to today have been given either Category 1 or 2, works of special significance or value. Our submission primarily relates to raising awareness and advocating for the protection of the public artworks in the civic precinct, of which there are a total of 17. 6 associated with the City to Sea Bridge and Te Aho a Maui, Capital Discovery Centre, 7 associated with the wider Te Ngākau Civic Square precinct, and 4 associated with the Michael Fowler Centre. Our submission has extended detail on all of these works, but today we will focus on the significant public artworks that were made in response to a guiding kaupapa that informed the development of the precinct.
The vision for Te Ngākau, sorry, could you skip to the next slide? It wasn't working for me before. The vision for Te Ngākau, as we know it currently, was to create a public space that served as the creative heart of the creative capital of Aotearoa. Its major cornerstones are all gathering places for art, culture, kōrero, community, and a reflection of the city's diversity. Mana whenua kaumātua, Dr. Ihakara Pukitapu, worked with the architectural team, and biculturalism became a guiding concept for the project, with the precinct envisioned as an urban marae and civic square, the Marae Ātea. Pukitapu recommended that this concept would be best reflected in a set of public artworks commissioned for the site by established Māori and Pākehā artists, and as a result, several works are integrated into the precinct's design as an embodiment of this kaupapa. Together, these works can be considered one integrated architectural and sculptural installation, with components coming together to communicate themes of migration and arrival. The elevated plaza, comprising the City to Sea Bridge and Capital Discovery Centre rooftop, was intended to represent a waka haurua, a double-hulled voyaging waka landed ashore on Civic Square.
The key works relating to the City to Sea Bridge under Capital Discovery Centre are, of course, the bridge itself, the result of a bicultural co-design collaboration between architects Rewe Thompson and John Gray, who invited Marita Matchet to contribute. It achieved a long-held vision to connect the city to the sea. The sculptures of whales and seabirds operate as a ra'awa, carved panels attach the sides of the waka hull depicting Te Puna, who guide and assist the journey, while the symbols on the po acknowledge celestial navigational skills. Rewe Thompson's Te Aho o Maui echoes the Māori name given to Capital Discovery Centre by a subcommittee formed to represent Māori viewpoints on the development. The maunga structure symbolises Te Waka-a Māori, also known as Te Wai Punamu, indicated by the Punamu tiles at the apex of the form. In her paving design for the elevated Plaza Bridge, Toiti Rito Mahi, a master weaver, applied for the first time that we know of Māori weaving patterns to brickwork. As you can see, it's an elaborate design representing Maui's fishing line to Te Aho a Maui, with the silhouette of a fishhook presented on the grass area fixed into the land. The aho bisects Thompson's maunga structure, then splays into an equally intricate net pattern that continues to the top of the landing leading to Civic Square. The last work relating to the City to Sea Bridge is Matt Penney's Prau and Capital. These works are the only 2 large-scale sculptures produced in a planned series of 10 that combined European and classical architectural details with Māori art patterns. The sighting of these works reinforced the waka migration narrative, and the sculptures can be read as the 2 iho or prows of a waka haurua.
The vision for Tanako,
Sorry, we've run out of time, so can you just make one last point before we finish?
Sure, yes. So one last point is that the Marae Atia, the Civic Square main plaza, is also an artwork by Toiturita Maihi. It has a Pātiki Whāriki pattern spread across the total surface of Civic Square and activates it as its function as a Marae Atia.
Great, thank you very much. James Fenton is our next presenter.
All right. Hi, my name's James Fenton. I run a small four-person practice, architectural practice in Northland and Wellington. Among other projects, we've been working with the community and the council in our local suburban centre for more than 5 years to understand how to accommodate the diverse needs of a village on a narrow ridge, which operates as a busy thoroughfare because of its many takeaway outlets. We care about the city at both the local and city scale. For this in-person submission, we wish to make 3 points. First, we believe the design consultation process the council has initiated for the development of Tanako has been faulty. In particular, insufficient attention has been paid to the basic fact that the site is reclaimed land with a fragile seawall that will need to be strengthened. We should also remember that this was stated in a council civic precinct consultation workshop in 2015, that the Michael Fowler Centre is on the site of a large rock where the Moki swam, rather than the generic idea that this is a place where forest and sea meet. Insufficient attention has been paid to the square's role in connecting the city to the harbour, despite 2 GAL reports published over 2 decades. Emphasis has been wrongly placed on buildings and their functions rather than dealing with the whole site as a spatial condition. The realities of the site have been overlooked. This is a windswept open space that has only really worked as a public space when AstroTurf was laid as a temporary football field. The consultation process is rushed. 4 weeks is insufficient to absorb and review a detailed design document. In short, the scheme lacks the ambitions of a big picture view, and sadly, the pace of this engagement process does not inspire confidence. Secondly, we implore the council to deepen its commitment to Tanako as a properly civic space. This does not preclude the inclusion of retail and hospitality functions, but first and foremost, the space must be treated as a public space where people can gather for formal celebrations as well as protest and other communal activities. As a cultural precinct with city gallery, library, town hall, concert hall recognised as key amenities, with attention paid to making them more permeable to their surroundings. As a creative space where artworks are integrated into the design in ways that are not merely decorative or educational. There is a real risk in prioritising private over public space. The assertion that private space will provide active edges is an assumption that can be eradicated through the actions of leases the city will most likely have no ability to influence. Thirdly, rather than rushing through an ill-conceived plan that does not tackle larger structural issues, we propose a simple but potentially effective experiment that would bring people into the city, create opportunities for them to move freely between the harbour and key retail arteries, and start rebuilding trust in Wellington as an exciting, creative and meaningful destination. We support extending the square into Mercer Street, which was also suggested in the 2015 council workshop, and have the idea of closing Jervois and Custom House Quays between Taranaki and Whitmore Streets on Sundays to provide a weekend day of reprieve from traffic. #Sunday Car Free Quays. The quays are a significant obstacle for people walking from the city to Harbour Edge. Closing them one day a week would transform the way people interact with the city, attracting them to wander between the city streets and the Harbour Edge. There is a precedent for this with the Wellington Street Race, which was a provision in the district plan. There are also a host of international examples where this has worked. Paulista Avenue in Sao Paulo, the Colosseum in Rome, Copacabana in Rio de Janeiro. Think even of the local closure on Sundays of the track along the coast to Red Rocks. NZTA could partner with the city to ensure State Highway 1 delivers traffic to the airport as a workable solution that doesn't rely on car traffic travelling through the quays across CBD. This could be initiated quickly and provide a game changer in understanding how the city works and the role Tanako plays in civic life. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Actually, your time is up, but there will be morning tea in about 10 minutes, so if you are still around, anyone who has any questions can ask them then.
Thank you.
Chris Horn is our next presenter.
Kia ora koutou katoa. Thank you for the chance to make a submission. On my first page, I make the point that 155 hectares of the CBD, that is seaward from Thornton Quay, Lambton Quay, Willard Street, Manor Street and Courtney Place, are all on rubble, unconsolidated and all lubricated by seawater, so all inherently unstable. First point, City to Sea Bridge, a cultural icon known up and down the country and popular with overseas visitors. It is essential that that wonderful structure be maintained and reinforced as necessary, whether by those earthquake managing structures, such as underneath the police headquarters, if that is practical. Otherwise, what about looking at beams, say aluminium eye cross-section beams to support the bridge to cope with any stresses during a quake? But at all costs, please maintain that wonderful structure. Suggestions of pedestrian crossings over Jervois Quay, no. And the other suggestion was a bridge from Fowler Centre across Jervois Quay and pedestrian crossing. Answer is no. There's no substitute for the magnificent bridge, City to Sea Bridge. Civic Square was once the centre of employment for council staff. We lost the CAB because it was shonkily built, and now you're ripping down the rather magnificent MOB. What a shame. That could surely have been fixed and office space rearranged to modern needs. And finally, the suggestion in your document, of an 8-storey private building in Civic Square is, in my opinion, totally unacceptable. Civic Square, Tanako, is a public space servicing the public in many ways. Art gallery, Te Matapihi, the library, town hall, Michael Fowler Centre. none of that land area should be handed to private enterprise. So please, that 8-storey structure shown in your document should not proceed under any circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Chris? No, it looks like you've made your points very clearly, so thank you very much, Chris. Now we have Stuart Liven, who is giving us 2 presentations, one on his own behalf and one on behalf of the Architectural Centre, so he gets 10 minutes.
Tēnā koutou katoa, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. I'm here representing the Architectural Centre and myself as a city resident. I'm also here as an expert, an urban design practitioner with almost 40 years of practice behind me. And to save time, I've handed out a copy of my bio just to justify that point. If a thoughtful understanding of the civic precinct, its extraordinary structure and intent when it was conjured out of a motley collection of city buildings and streets 34 years ago had been the proper starting point for this project, then I don't think we would be here today with the predicament we're now in. In the 2021 Framework Plan, and now the development plan that cascades from it, are almost entirely missing any sign of intelligent and respectful appreciation of that original concept of the civic precinct, widely regarded in professional circles as hands down one of the country's best public places. Then as now, the precinct is a carefully composed and choreographed composition of connecting urban elements and related public buildings centred on the amphitheatre-like space of the heart itself, the civic square, our Te Marae Atia. Instead, that strong original concept of the precinct is an elegant walled civic enclosure with the private city kept back discreetly outside the walls, and with the bicultural narrative of its artworks binding it together. This has been cast aside, in fact trashed. We all know that the precinct is damaged, but it is far from beyond repair. There is also a real need to understand that this damage is not just the result of the arbitrary and speculative nature of earthquake risk. More realistically, it is due to a fundamental absence of responsible civic stewardship, where the precinct has been the victim of a kind of unacknowledged death by 1,000 cuts, an approach perhaps unconsciously applied to the precinct by numerous city councils over almost the entire life of this very special place. So what do I mean by 1,000 cuts? Okay, let's take some of them. Firstly, the precinct's water pools and the artist Robert Franklin's wonderfully abstract and colourful murals that shimmered inside those pools. Early work on the pools involved their retanking, which removed Franklin's murals and never bothered to be recommissioned, and it was never bothered to recommission them. When the city gate was destroyed with the removal of the 2-storey portal structure, our first example of that now familiar refrain, it was an earthquake risk. But because there was no commitment to a set of working principles that captured the essence of this special place, it was not seen by the council as a custodian as important to commit to a reinterpretation of that gate, such an important feature of arrival and departure from this public precinct. The public space fabric of the precinct was largely fashioned from Oamaru stone, a beautifully soft and golden material easily repaired when occasional cracks and discolouring occurred. If there had been a commitment to look after this material, well, there wasn't, because once again there was no operational principle established to give this repair a priority, and every time a crack appeared, someone was assigned the task to fill the crack with a nasty white mastic, like an awkwardly applied bandage, where something beautiful became something ugly. The accumulation of extraneous bits and pieces that were allowed to accrue haphazardly across the precinct, like that awful ugly attempt at a planted green wall that was allowed to sit attached to the side of the steps that descend into the square from the library. I could go on, but my point stands. This place has been the repeated target of an almost willful cycle of neglect. What was required was a lot of care, informed by knowledge and an inspired commitment to repair. Instead, we have the gutting of that still strong composition and its replacement with a confused mix of overplanted and some very forgettable public spaces. The Jewel being a new meandering pedestrian walkway from Mercer Street to the edge of one of the city's busier traffic arteries, and the laughable idea that the overplanted reproduction of the Queen's Wharf crossing, where faced with the car, the pedestrian will always be a second-class citizen, will somehow miraculously be better than the protected and insulated public crossing of the City to Sea Bridge. I returned permanently to Wellington in mid-2018 and was dismayed at the poor physical condition and a certain level of uncertainty that surrounded the square and the civic precinct as a whole. I had an opportunity to raise my concerns with Liam Hodgetts, who had just arrived in the city as the new city planner and who I knew from Melbourne, where I was the state government's urban design director, and Liam had been a senior city planner at one of the city's growth councils. We met and spoke about my concerns about the state of the precinct and was made aware that Council had recently commissioned a piece of strategic work, the Tinakau Framework Plan. He asked me, as an experienced urban designer very familiar with the city and with a detailed knowledge of the square and its creation, to look carefully at the precinct and to give him the benefit of what I would recommend the Council might do to begin to repair the precinct as a vitally important public asset. I spent 10 days looking at the square and its uncared for, neglected state, with its gardens behind the city gallery choked with weeds. The resulting report embodied 9 operating principles and 7 recommended actions, and I refer to those documents you've got in front of you. The 9 operating principles are as follows: maintain the square's design principle of a walled civic enclosure within the city, maintain the primary focus on the physical bowl of the square, including the City to Sea Bridge, in short, its shape. Ensure the increased public activation of the square's edges. Re-establish the square's original water pools and the role of water movement in the design of the square. Recreate a new version of the city gate to the square. Ensure the gradual re-establishment of the primary pedestrian routes across and through the precinct. Maintain the precinct as the focus of city government. Remove all poorly conceived and extraneous physical elements and introduce consistent, informed design oversight. The recommended actions, and there are 7 of those: appoint a City Square champion and with the authority to adjudicate all proposed changes to the precinct, no matter how small they might be. Assign prime responsibility within the WCC for the regular maintenance and care of the square and its surroundings. Create the an effective placemaking function for the square, reaffirm the square's original design, management and program principles, realise the repair potential of a possible combined CAB-MOB development site, acknowledge the missing development site of Islock Green and a commitment to readdress it, resolve the current dead spaces of Capital E. And there you have it, a clear set of principles and actions and stewardship committed to their maintenance. I never knew what happened to that report. It was paid for and disappeared, and when the inevitable framework plan arrived later that year, I couldn't, for the life of me, detect any influence it appeared to have had on that plan. I read it with interest and growing unease at what might lie behind a hell of a lot of words and a record number of motherhood generalities, with my apologies to motherhood. But there was one salient and disturbing sign that this document was actually informed by ignorance. Could you look at the document? There's meant to be an image up there which is a timeline. Could somebody put that up, please? This timeline on page 10 of the framework plan showed a sloping line from bottom left to top right, charting the history of the idea and the aspiration for a city square that first appeared back in the 18th century. And on up to the present day, small equal dots were placed along the timeline, marking salient points on the life of this idea. I fully expected to see a much enlarged dot at the 1992 date, marking the miraculous arrival of this long-held aspiration. But no, the actual creation of the square was marked as just another dot along this timeline, so not a very insightful interpretation of the city's history. This seemed to me to be more than a little ominous for where the inevitable development plan might lead. And now we know. We have an exercise in civic lobotomy. Gone the bridge, gone the ramp and the emblematic parade of a stylised nikau's, the very symbol of absolutely positively Wellington. And most painful of all, gone the square itself, a tinakau without the heart. In short, the systematic demolition of that delicate interconnected concept and structure that defined this unique area of the city for the last 30 years, apparently animated by the depressing idea that nothing of value lasts. And this is where we should allow ourselves to pause, as it's not too late. As many informed people have pointed out over the last two days of presentations, there is actually no obligation on you to spend any more money. Where there is obligation is the need for some serious public reflection on the true value of what you have and what it would actually take, slowly and carefully, to repair and enhance and to turn the long history of neglect around and commit to real repair. The Architectural Centre urges you to take this great opportunity to think again in the interest of all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stuart. That was both presentations, right? I think we actually have morning tea now, so perhaps as we run out of time for questions around the table, if you join us for morning tea, anyone who has any questions can ask them there over the coffee.
Thank you.
And we are going to be back here at 10:45. Thanks. Wendon would like to sit down and give him some respect by stopping talking, that would be handy. And we could listen to Graham.
Right. Good morning, councillors. I'm an architect and urban designer and chair of Council's waterfront tag. I've been working on the Wellington waterfront for Council since 1996, that is for 28 years. I was on the working group that wrote the Urban Environment Professional Submission. I support that, but I'm not going to go over any points already raised in that. Instead, I'll take an overview approach based on the attachment to my submission, which you have just received a hard copy of. So first of all, we have a problem. This can be summed up as absence of civic quality in what is proposed, therefore a design approach which is not fit for purpose. And there is comprehensive opposition to Council's plans. Just how much wasn't clear until sitting through an hour or so of submissions on Friday and having a look through the submissions themselves. And there's opposition from professionals who know and work in and on the city. Secondly, the quality of the existing civic precinct has neither been acknowledged nor valued. A question, where has the social mandate to change everything, including virtually everything that is valued, come from? It has not come from the citizens of the city, that is clear. And it has not come from professional urban designers, architects and other city makers who are aligned in opposition to the plans and scenarios we see before us. There's been an opaque and non-participatory process. This has followed, at least to date, a closed, what's called a black box design process, not suitable for a public process and public project. Suitable and timely stakeholder engagement has not occurred, including with Council's tag, who were consulted only in mid-October 2024, a number of weeks ago, notwithstanding the proposed extensive changes to the public waterfront. The 6 November public engagement session precluded public dialogue when it was clear that public and stakeholders wished that a dialogue occur. In my opinion, as a professional advisor, facilitator and planner of engagement and participatory design processes, the engagement process has been a failure. I did write an abject failure, but I didn't want to overeat the pudding. There should be engagement at the beginning and throughout, not just at the end. It's a failure. Respect. Respect. Council officers make much of the need for respect. However, my perception is that there is, from Council, a lack of respect in the design proposals for the existing environment of Tinakau and its valued assets and qualities. We've heard more about that from the Aotearoa Public Art Heritage Trust this morning. And there's been a lack of respect in the process for stakeholders, including the public. This includes misleading information, waterfront works and a bridge which are highlighted in the documentation, but which are explained by Council officers to be out of scope, and closure of public conversation and dialogue when that is essential in any public project of this type. Michael Fowler Centre. Any proposal to demolish this is unjustified and, in my opinion, is civic and cultural vandalism. And using the cultural benefits that can be gained from its demolition as part of the logic for scenario 3 is simply perverse. Thoughts for a way forward? Well, halt the Tinakau project, as the outcome is poor. Change that leads to a better outcome might be supported, but change which leads to elimination of valued attributes and qualities, and that is produced without the social consent of the city, cannot. Secondly, provide an option to retain the City to Sea Bridge with reconsideration of risk parameters and an instruction to demonstrate how it can be retained. This also avoids the need to eliminate the green waterfront open space by the Free Ambulance building. The consultation document shows and notes a replacement bridge building over the sunny north-facing lawn at the edge of the lagoon. That's a much better green open space than one on the side of a 6-lane arterial road. Let's be clear, The proposal as drawn also fills 1/3 of the Whairipo Lagoon at high tide, more at low tide, about 50%. The lagoon will no longer be fit for purpose. So, retaining the City to Sea Bridge maintains all sorts of qualities and also avoids major and, in my opinion, unacceptable compromise to the central part of the waterfront. Thirdly, you might also consider a think tank of the design, development, contracting community for a value engineering exercise. It's done on projects all the time, as well as the stakeholder and review groups which haven't really been engaged to this point. The Council has many friends who care deeply about the city for its own sake, and Council can tap into that commitment. Much consideration is being given to cost, as it should. Value, the quality of the outcome, is also critical. An outcome that is not fit for purpose can never be value for money. And Council, that's you, councillors, you are the custodians of what is good about the city. You also
Grab, we've run out of time, so if you want to, in a summing up point.
Okay, you also have a responsibility to ensure that all change is justified and positive. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Thank you. John McIntyre is our next presenter.
I do have a presentation, so hopefully that will just run in the background. Tēnā koutou katoa. I'm John McIntyre. I'm an architect, urban designer, and a principal at Athfield Architects. I'm here today to represent our practice. Athfield Architects is heavily invested in the success of Tinakau. We have a long and ongoing history of collaboration within the precinct, and while we acknowledge the importance of the collective work done in the past, we also support the need for change. The existing Tinakau precinct is an interconnected sequence of places unlike any other. It is idiosyncratic, unexpected, creative, culturally explorative, and fundamentally of Wellington. But it has had challenges around activation, vibrancy, and its contribution to the surrounding city. We do support the concepts of te reora, te oho, and te oro, to revive, to awaken, and to amplify. We are very concerned, however, that the new place that results from this work must build responsibly on what has gone before and pay some deference to the highly valued aspects of the existing precinct. The separate elevated structures of the City to Sea Bridge and Capital Discovery Place are critical to the experience of Tinakau. They provide a sheltered amphitheatre-like setting and spatial definition for the square. They enable a visual connection to the full form of Te Whanganui-a-Tara that is not achievable at ground. They provide a connection of the city to the waterfront and harbour that elevates and dignifies the pedestrian experience and is more like moving through a landscape than crossing a bridge. They provide an elevated destination populated by important taonga and connected to the horizon, the land, the sea, and the sky. A place for people that is somehow civic, informal, serious, playful, spiritual, practical, and mysterious, all at the same time. And they shelter both the square and the lagoon from the noise and visual impacts of traffic on the quays. These structures were conceived of and created in collaboration with Māori architects and artists of both local and national significance. Their works are woven together in an interrelated cultural narrative of discovery, landing, and arrival. This is an important early exemplar of bicultural co-design in civic space, and it is a place that achieves a remarkable resonance of Māori culture, art, nature, and urbanism. Poniki worked for decades to achieve this celebrated connection between the city and the sea. If we remove these structures, we must be confident that we fully understand why, and that what replaces them is equally as consequential and impactful to our city. The spatial structure of Tinakau should continue to frame and define a series of connected civic places rather than just a thoroughfare between city and sea. This implies a degree of definition, containment, and a particular mix of activities and edge conditions throughout the precinct. These spaces must be safe, comfortable, and welcoming for people, drawing them in and making them want to stay. The lack of a clear and legible hierarchy of space and movement in the proposed scenarios make it difficult to understand how these spaces will support the required range of civic and cultural uses. And we are very sceptical about the ability to deliver a suitably civic and pedestrian-focused at-grade crossing over the quays. We support the development of new and appropriately scaled buildings on the site of CAB, MOB, and Jack Islet Green. Building on these sites are important to frame, shelter, and enliven the civic square. We fully support the adaptive reuse of the Michael Fowler Centre and would not support the demolition of this important cultural building. We support a very intentional approach to mixed use that ensures that the precinct remains predominantly civic and cultural and is not dominated by commercial or corporate uses. So what are our recommendations for next steps? We would request that a meaningful scenario exploring the retention in part or whole of the City to Sea Bridge and Capital Discovery Place is developed for public consultation. The engineering and cost estimate work carried out to date should be made public for review. Time should be allowed to solicit alternate strategies from the local engineering, architecture and construction community. We need an economic solution. There is energy and will to contribute to this. A council decision on demolition should be delayed until this process has taken place and the building amendment bill is confirmed. We ask that the current brief for the Tinakau Civic Precinct be released for review and discussion. There should be consultation on vision, principles and goals prior to design. We support calls for a reference group of key stakeholders and for structured and participative public consultation as part of the design process moving forward. Tinakau was never fully completed as envisioned by the 1987 master plan, and it has been further dismantled by recent demolition. It is an open work in need of revitalisation. This provides the opportunity for many voices to contribute and for mana whenua to lead. It allows for refinement, for revival, awakening and amplification. We believe, however, that this new place should build on the ground already established rather than start from a state of further erasure. Let's take the time to get this next step right. Ngā mihi nui.
Thank you very much. Will Councillor Randall.
Thank you very much. Just in terms of your last comments and such, like, do you think what's really needed is a pause and a re-look at what is planned rather than an immediate decision?
Yes, I think we need to understand the opportunities in terms of the bridge in particular, the structure of the bridge, and in parallel we need to further understand the brief for the Civic Square and Tinakau Precinct. We need to not rely on the competition results. We need to ratify the vision and objectives and goals for the square independent of the design.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. We've run out of time, unfortunately. James Fraser is our next presenter.
Kia ora. My name's James Fraser. I'd just like to correct that I'm not here from the Newtown Residents Association. I am convener of We Are Newtown, which is a separate group. So I'd like to begin. Thank you. Kia ora. I'm here to ask you to reject the plan as put forward in this document to demolish both MOB and the City to Sea Bridge. Others more qualified than me will tell you why the latter should be saved from landfill, but please consider a moratorium on all demolitions of civic buildings until alternatives have been properly assessed. The earthquake industry has an insatiable appetite, and my lifetime has done more damage getting ready for a shake than an actual earthquake. Millions have been drained from public and private coffers to ever-increasing compliance and strengthening costs that have seen hundreds of buildings end up in a gully in Happy Valley. And what began with gusto in the 1980s under Mayor Fowler and recorded in the film Hometown Boomtown continues today with this plan. Schools, hospitals, libraries and other public buildings are condemned by engineers and left empty while astronomical sums are quoted to bring it up yet again to an ever-increasing code. My fabulous old high school was demolished and replaced with buildings which now have also been condemned as earthquake-prone. Madness. This obsession now rules at the WCC, where demolition is seemingly preferred to a proper maintenance program. Recent examples that come to mind are the Newtown Bowling Club and the plan to demolish Begonia House in the Botanic Gardens. For a supposedly green council, this is a serious indictment. Where are the famous 7 R's of sustainability? Rethink, refuse, reduce, reuse, repair, regift, and recycle. The unsustainability and carbon costs of constant demolition and construction are ignored by officers who are determined to demolish civic taonga such as the City to Sea Bridge without hesitation and barely any discussion. I recall bringing my partner Biddy and her children to Ponaki for the first time in February 1998 and being collectively thrilled by the Civic Square, the bridge, the opening up of the waterfront, Te Papa and Waitangi Park, all magical. This gave me the opportunity to proudly show off my hometown's beating heart along with its natural beauty, roots and culture. Our badly maintained Civic Square has since become sad testimony to the tyranny of the inexact science and unpredictability of the risk associated with earthquakes. We are collectively held to ransom, and although I congratulate the council for holding firm on the town hall and library, I suspect they too may have been gone burger if we had known then what we know now. If what is proposed in this plan is to hand over the CAB and the MOB sites to a 9-storey corporate office sometime down the line, turn the city gallery into a food court and replace the bridge with a pedestrian crossing, then it is up to us to resist and ask you to reprogram your chief operating officer and his team from a demolition cult, which some respects, which has come before and which respects what has come before and the inherent talent and expertise of those on offer here and now. One that refuses to be bullied by the engineering and insurance businesses who have a vested interest in overstating risk and playing on people's fears. There is always an alternative. If you think this is an extreme view, please consider what is in this proposal is also extremist. And please remember, where there's a will, there's a way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions? No, it looks like you've absolutely... Oh, sorry, Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, James. Look, it's probably a question for all of the submitters. We need continuity, we need to keep things, but what about the capability to make change too? Do you think the Civic Square should always stay that way?
No, I mean, I think, especially in relation to the city-to-sea bridge, there's an opportunity for a new group of artists to, take it on to another step. It's a moving feast. As far as planting goes, you always have to manage and change. So, no, I think you have to adapt and make changes. Like I say, with the city-to-sea bridge, is an opportunity there to, rejig it with a new crop of young artists.
Right, thank you very much. Our next speaker is Patricia Norton.
Good morning. I'm not an engineering or earthquake expert. I may not understand much of the technical papers that the council officers are relying on, but I certainly understand the final point in the seismic risk evaluation, which is that in general, a low percentage NBS rating is no need for alarm and immediate reaction. I've got some general comments on the proposals. The bridge, as I'm sure so many people have told you, is a superb piece of art. It's a bicultural project celebrating the relationship between Maori and Pākehā. It's a heritage structure whose story just cannot easily be replicated. And it's an exciting experience. Every time you cross it, you discover something new, demonstrating the thought and knowledge that went into the design. The sculptures are an invitation to linger. They're an integral part of the city-to-sea crossing. It provides easy and safe passage for those who are less mobile, or who are pushing prams, or the kids on scooters. It's certainly much safer. Richard Burl has suggested a novel solution, which I think is well worth a look. The proposals to develop the bridge have effectively been presented as a decision. They are, however, still proposals for councillors to accept or reject. I recommend rejection, or at least deferral. Now, Civic Square is a popular and well-used space for events and gatherings. It's the assembly point for processions and demonstrations. It is truly the heart, te ngākau, of the city. It allows a feeling of spaciousness in an otherwise highly developed part of the city. It is surrounded by buildings of cultural significance, and high-rise commercial buildings would destroy that atmosphere of an urban cultural centre. We're told the Civic Administration Building and the Municipal Office Building sites are under negotiation with a developer. But was this ever put to the public for consultation? Is it going to be a case of, here's what we've decided. We'll consult on what colour to paint it. Wellington is a windy city. High-rise buildings create more wind. They reduce the sense of spaciousness and they make open space less attractive and far less usable. They make open spaces unwelcoming. A high-rise structure looming over the square will destroy the magic of the fern ball sculpture. The council is under pressure to make big savings, and I suggest that keeping the City to Sea Bridge would be a good place to start.
Oh, thank you. Do we have any questions? Yes, Councillor Chung would like to ask you something.
Thank you very much for coming in this morning. What would you actually like to see for Civic Square? If we defer it, then do you want new ideas to come in about what we should do about it, or do you think it should remain or stay as an open space? What's your vision of it?
I'd like it to remain as an open space that has some shelter, like trees around the edges, shelter from the sun.
Right.
And I noticed from the diagrams in the discussion, in the consultation document, so-called, that there seems to be an awful lot of paving there. I don't know if that's just artists' impressions or what, but I think hard paving is not necessarily very welcoming.
Great.
Great, thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Patricia. Our next presentation is from Andre de Groot.
Hi, I'm Andre de Groot. So for good or for bad, I can say that I am a structural engineer, but it's a safe space, so that's okay. So hello to those councillors that I do know and to those that I don't know. So a key problem with the City to Sea Bridge has been identified as lateral spread, but there is a bit more to it. You can understand lateral spread as that when soil liquefies, it all wants to flatten out. So high parts move towards lower parts. You can think of lateral spread as, say, if you had a bowl of breakfast cereal with milk and it's a bit of a hill, if you shake it, it all wants to level out. So lateral spread is a big problem for the Jervis Quay Lifeline Road. Demolishing the City to Sea Bridge does not solve this lateral spread problem. Jervis Quay may still be impassable after a big earthquake, even after the bridge is removed. However, solving the Jervis Quay lateral spread problem solves a big problem for the City to Sea Bridge. Please look at what is going to be done for the Jervis Quay Lifeline Road before deciding the fate of the City to Sea Bridge. Some other points is that weight is also a driver of lateral spread. Buildings, as they're largely hollow, usually have less weight than soil embankments. So keeping the former capital E building may be better than adding soil as there's less weight, therefore less lateral spread. So if you look at the presentation there, that there is a photo from Avonhead Road beside the Avon River in Christchurch after the Canterbury earthquakes. And you can see the road has moved towards the river, resulting in large cracks and large holes just behind where the people were standing. And so that road has become impassable after lateral spread occurring. So another picture, if you see on the screen, is of lateral spread. In this picture, it's got beside the river, ground moving 3 metres, away from the river, 0.5 metre, and different amounts in between, with cracks between the different amounts. So causing soil to both be uneven and also for large cracks to form. So here is a screenshot from the Tonkin and Taylor report showing the existing seawall and soil around it. And then this next picture shows how the seawall could rotate and move towards the lagoon, resulting in a lot of damage to the road and making it no longer usable as a lifeline road. Some possible options is to use lightweight fill Also mechanically stabilised earthfill, MSE fill, which is stones with geogrids to hold it together. You could inject grout under the seawall. Also have tiebacks, so large cables that keep going until they hit something that is solid, so either solid rock or other buildings or other piles. Also, you may have stone columns or driven timber piles. But in any case, in order to maintain the city to sea, in order to maintain Jervis Quay, there's probably going to be quite a lot of work, but that work is also very good for the city to sea bridge and is likely to resolve the problems for the city to sea bridge, or the key one of lateral spread. So my big conclusion is please consider how you'll fix the Jervis Quay lateral spread problem before demolishing the city to sea bridge. Any questions?
Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much. Much appreciated. Regarding the lateral spread, and that area goes underneath where the piles of the bridge are at the moment. So how feasible is it to actually strengthen the foundations holding that side of the bridge up while we're tackling the lateral spread? Because you've got to sort of fill all that area up first, don't you?
Well, there's both methods to reduce the liquefaction and lateral spread, which can go quite deep, such as drilling in piling to put in stone columns, but also tying back. A lot of the solutions do involve tying back either to having piles much further back, say 30 metres back or more, or to tie back to other buildings. We have some quite significant building foundations in the vicinity that the council just spent a lot of money creating these very, very strong foundations that you could tie back to.
We've got actually, there was another question from Councillor Randall as well.
Thank you very much. I mean, can I ask you to actually email us a copy of your presentation, because I think it's very helpful with the diagrams. My question is, the lateral spread problem with the seawall, that wouldn't necessarily occur just where the bridge is. That might occur anywhere along
the whole stretch of the lagoon.
Right. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much, Andre. We now have Michael Gilchrist.
Kia ora. Thanks so much for having us. I'm Michael Gilchrist. I've worked for E2, the union that represents Orchestra Wellington players and also New Zealand Symphony Orchestra players and other staff. And the focus of our submission, which Lindsay will present, Lindsay's our delegate at New Zealand Symphony Orchestra, will be the need to keep the Michael Fowler Centre. Kia ora.
Kia ora koutou. Thanks for this opportunity. As Michael said, my name is Lindsay Mountford. I'm E2 delegate for the NZSO and chair of the NZSO Players Committee. I'm also a member of the Artistic Planning Forum for the NZSO, and I'm here representing the E2 musicians from both orchestras in Wellington. In the 1970s, the Wellington City Council made the decision to invest a lot of money building the Michael Fowler Centre, because there was an identified need for a larger and more versatile venue than the existing town hall. None of the reasons for that project have disappeared. The availability of the MSC from 1983 was a game changer for the orchestras. I was a brand new member of the NZSO in that year, so I've performed more than 500 concerts on that stage with both orchestras. I've also had many visiting conductors and soloists express their admiration for both the acoustic and the attractive environment in that auditorium. NZSO's residency in a fit-for-purpose concert hall for rehearsal and recording, as well as public concerts, has allowed the orchestra to develop and improve into the world-class ensemble that it is today. It's also allowed the orchestra to manage hearing protection issues to an extent that was impossible when rehearsals routinely took place in smaller places, protecting the health, quality and life of careers of the musicians. And that's basically to do with the ability to spread out and have more more space for sound. The impact on the orchestras of the loss of the Michael Fowler Centre basically runs, you could sum it up as capacity in three senses. We do need the large audience capacity much of the time, not all of the time, but some of the time we do. The refurbished Wellington Town Hall will be a fine home base for the NZSO from 2027. The orchestras will each season need the larger audience capacity for the larger and more versatile stage of the MFC as compared to the Town Hall for a lot of the popular repertoire and programs, which are often very expensive to present and sometimes use very large orchestra and other musicians' choirs, etc. So the MFC has always been a crucial part of the concept and plan for the National Music Centre. Examples of the kind of large work that we would need that stage for, the Carmina Burana of Carl Orff, which is incredibly popular with audiences in Wellington, Verdi Requiem, Beethoven Ninth Symphony, the big Mahler symphonies, Holst Planets, which we played this last weekend in the Michael Fowler Centre, big percussion concertos where you need the big apron on the front of the stage, by contemporary composers who are absolutely world-renowned now, Dan Dunn, James Macmillan, Adam Schoenberg. The other aspect of capacity is just the capacity to hold enough activity in Wellington. That if we put the pressure back on the one venue with the Town Hall, then that's going to really limit the ability of the orchestras to plan and to organise rational touring programs. Events such as the New Zealand Festival, University Capping Week, Art Splash, Big Sing, block out weeks that the orchestras need. Sometimes we have artists we want to bring here that are only available on a particular week. If we're pushed out on critical weeks, then we just can't do that. And also, without the Michael Fowler Centre, competition for the Town Hall will limit availability and utilisation of the recording facility that NZSO is building in the Town Hall basement. Impact on the wider community of the loss of the MFC is that the MFC has an excellent acoustic for spoken word and amplified music, neither of which is true of the Wellington Town Hall, which is fabulous for classical music, unamplified music. Town Hall acoustic is not ideal for either of those things. Also, spoken word like international comedy acts, and especially poor for people with impaired hearing. There are also touring shows that need the larger capacity of the MFC and may bypass Wellington if it's not available. And just lastly, a significant factor raised by Christchurch citizens about whether to restore the Christchurch Town Hall was just based on the memories that the building holds, the events that they'd been to, their kids capping, the emotional connection to the building that was a major factor that we need to consider as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Actually, we've run out of time, so we don't have any time for questions, but thank you very much for that presentation.
Thank you.
Fiona Cristella is the next presenter.
Kia ora koutou. I'm Fiona Cristella. And yes, Vida Cristella is my daughter. Did she put me up to this? No. I've been an architect and urban designer in Wellington for over 40 years. 5 of the 6 adults in my immediate family are architects or urban designers. We've travelled a lot together. We've talked incessantly about architecture and public space, what we think works and why. It's a 5-way conversation. You've read my written submission, so I will not reread it. The construction of the Civic Square and the City to Sea Bridge was radical and injected a heart into Wellington. It filled a void in public space and gave new life to the city, combining international trends with local flavour. Well done to all those responsible. Subsequently, the waterfront promenade was developed, Waitangi Park, Te Papa, and all the way along to the stadium. This stretch of public space has become the city's most popular. Now in the 21st century, the existing public spaces and building structures of Civic Square have deteriorated, and the way we use the city has new challenges. With the new generation and more to come, with international evidence that good public space enhances well-being, and with the challenge of climate change, I consider it's time to think differently. I support redevelopment of Te Ngākau, including adding new buildings with active ground floors, demolition of the City to Sea Bridge, retaining artworks, integrating the Civic Centre with the waterfront and making public spaces flexible and environmentally sustainable.
please do not criticise a design which is a concept. All the options initiate a conversation about what works and what doesn't, what activities and which relationships are important. These redevelopment plans provide you with a unique opportunity to really consider the integration of built structures and landscapes in a city which is changing very quickly. Frankly, many of the comments, concerns and recommendations submitted by my peers, which look at individual elements, will be solved by conversation and careful, detailed design. The young designers working on this project with you are some of New Zealand's best, particularly the team lead Claire Sharp, who is renowned internationally for her master planning and architecture work. With respect to removing the City to Sea Bridge, and I know I'm a bit of an outsider here, I agree that it is amazing to stand and look out at the harbour on a nice day and if you're ambulant, but so much of it does not work. Let's record its history, reuse elements where appropriate, and build better solutions to physically and visually link our whenua to Moana. Matchet's work was made with materials which had a definite lifespan. It's meant to be replaced over time. His story added to with new stories by young artists, verse in Kaitianga and Tikanga. My opposition to the City to Sea Bridge is that it is a barrier between the public square and the waterfront. The steps on either side hinder access. The capital E structure underneath is unfit for purpose. And along Jervois Quay, on one side there is a horrible wall, and on the other a heavy structure, both blocking views to the square or the lagoon. From the lagoon and the waterfront, the bridge remains a barrier, stopping people from investigating the square and its activities. It prevents a direct visual relationship between sea and land. Enclosed squares work really well as an open space in the middle of dense urban fabric, as in many European cities, and here I've shown the Piazza di Campo in Siena. It's this sort of a shape. Here in Wellington, the square is not within dense urban fabric because of the adjacent waterfront and our beautiful Whanganui Tara. Internationally, where this relationship exists, cities tend to have open squares at the open edge, with direct links often across commuter roads to the adjacent waterfront promenade, as here in the photo of Placa de Comércio in Lisbon, and it's more of this sort of a shape. While the scales are very different, the sentiments are the same. At present, the enclosed civic square and our expansive waterfront don't touch, don't interconnect, or talk directly to each other. See the glimpse of the harbour in the upper photo from standing in the side of Civic Square. Without the bridge, with Jervois Quay being quieter, and with a clear view through, to and from the slightly elevated square, Tinakau and the waterfront become two interwoven, embracing arms. Lastly, I'd like to reiterate that the options in front of you for Tinakau regeneration are at concept stage. Detailed design will address many of the concerns of submitters. I trust the designers to listen to the concerns which have been expressed and to make Tinakau an amazing place for future generations to enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Actually, we have run out of time, so thank you very much for that presentation. We now have Nick Owen and David McGuinness.
Morena, everybody. Nice to see everybody. My name's Dave McGuinness and I'm with Nick Owen. We have a small conflict on this one in terms of we're involved obviously in the 110 Jervois Quay project, which is next door to the Tinakau precinct, albeit we're part of it, so we're kind of have an active interest in that. But we present today as developers of that site plus Wellington citizens. We've got three key points to make, which are in our written submissions. The first is that we're concerned that our civic square is turning into a commercial campus rather than a civic campus. The second one is that we strongly believe the MFC should be retained. And the third one is that we believe that the CDC Bridge retention should be looked at again from an economic perspective. So just touching on the first point about the civic square versus commercial, I know this is consultation, but we do sense there's a strong direction towards making the civic square more commercial. There's a few points on that. One is the current status, where we've got quite magnificent buildings. The MFC building is part of the city fabric. It's architecturally renowned. Why would you knock it down from a city fabric perspective? Commercially, there's a real challenge to replace it because what goes there? We've got a lot of vacant office space around the city as well as retail space. The chances of that building being occupied and built anytime soon are very low, and that's from us with experience. That may take 10 or 20 years to replace it with a full-size commercial building based on what we know about the market as it is, and that's a real concern. So we really feel that changing the dynamic of the civic square loses probably what the essence of it, which is the civic nature of it. If it's just another commercial campus, it will just compete with the rest of development and won't have a real centre. No.
So just to add to that, and I think we know that the work's ongoing, but a citywide strategy to concentrate civic uses on the square should be adopted. And the civic uses include public space. This should be treated as our urban backyard. There's more than ample opportunity in the immediate vicinity to intensify and attract people, and this should be used as our open space and not turned into the commercial campus that's been proposed in the most developed options. In respect to the bridge, we have to prioritise cost efficiency and safety, and we know the pressure that the council is under at the moment, and we are sceptical on the numbers that are quoted and therefore the decisions that get made from these. We're not obviously in the inner circle, but we do hear the numbers in passing. And so I just encourage you to dive into those and make sure that the decisions are informed on accurate estimates. Now is not the time to embark on significant new build projects. That time will come, and I appreciate this is a 20 to 30 year forward-looking project, but right now is not the time to embark on those new build projects. Just to add as well, in the reimagination of this space, we need to be conscious of what happens in the temporary state. We've walked through Civic Square at the moment. The works are going on, the demolition of Mob and Cab. There's nobody in there, and the area is suffering as a result. There's many good examples around the world of places that have undergone significant transformation, retain some vibrancy and temporary state along the way. So just please be conscious of that. And in respect to the Michael Fowler Centre, with some small interventions, I think we can make some very positive contributions to the way that Michael Fowler Centre interacts with the Civic Square. Activation, the extension of Cuba Street, activation of the ground floor planes with retail, community service type offerings, hospitality. And so before we go knocking everything down, just be very conscious, retain the existing fabric as much as possible and keep the urban heart that the Civic Square is today. Happy to take questions.
Councillor Matthews has a question for you.
Yeah, I'm interested in the characterisation of the proposals as commercial, and wouldn't they be more actually better described as mixed use because of the significant public buildings that are in there? And I guess just to check in with you, because I see a lot of the new development in Auckland around public space, and I see huge public and free use of space alongside a lot of commercial, and it's kind of actually works beautifully. So I'm interested in your comments about that.
The first point, interchangeable, mixed use, commercial, it's the same thing. Sorry, that wasn't a word that just sort of came out, but same thing. But in terms of this, the uses on the Civic Square, what we're saying is retain the civic components of the immediate Civic Square. There's more than ample opportunity, and particularly on 110 Jervois Quay and the surrounding precincts, to really bring in these mixed uses that ultimately then serve with additional people in the area the Civic Square.
Great, thanks so much. We've run out of time now, actually, so thank you. David Kimber is our next presenter.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity. I suppose I better first introduce myself briefly. I'm a solicitor in private practice in Wellington. I've lived all my life in Wellington, apart from 4 years in Europe, listening to music, looking at buildings and paintings. So I'm a thoroughgoing Wellingtonian, and I have a great love for the city. Given the impetus of my submission, where I stick my neck out and heavily criticise the City to Sea Bridge, I would like to counter any thought that I'm just an old Philistine who's turned up. I don't think I'm devoid of aesthetic sensibilities. I was the National Secretary of the Save Manapuri campaign. I've been involved in chamber music presentation for 30 years. I consider myself a reasonably informed student of architecture history. And I honestly believe that the City to Sea Bridge is a mess, and that cost considerations aside, I've got no qualification for judging the economics or commenting on them, but all other things being equal, I'd be perfectly glad to see it go. And I would endorse the comments of Fiona Cristella, who highlighted the fact that that whole structure there is driven, in my view, by the underground car park in Civic Square. And the great loss in that was, as I emphasised in my submission, the loss of the visual impact of the City Gallery, which is a masterpiece of a building, by two architects who had a real track record and involvement in leading-edge architecture work abroad in the great centres, London, Chicago. And that building has been ruined by elevating the ground level. A small correction, my memory is getting a bit rusty. I thought it was on a mound, but actually there was a bank in front of it, but you could still had a sense of the lower floor that has now been filled in. And so the thing that appeals to me about the plan to have a pedestrian crossing instead of the bridge is that it brings things back down to ground level and creates something of a view shaft from the Willow Street end through to the harbour, which was a huge asset that was lost. So another detail, I was very interested in the discussion in the last few minutes about the Michael Fowler Centre. One thing I think it's worth keeping in mind is that the Michael Fowler Centre brought in comfortable raked seating, which increased the audience for all sorts of things. But you need that, and at the same time, the great value of the town hall, of course, is its level floor, which gives it huge utility. So they are both buildings that complement each other, in my view, and everything that was said before, I think, is absolutely correct. And you know, the cost has come up to 300 million or whatever, but if you ask somebody in Europe, if we could have a world-class acoustic for classical music for 300 million, they'd say it was cheap. A couple of things. I repeat and emphasise my warning about overdevelopment. I think the demolition of the building has brought some light into that space, which I think should be capitalised on. And I also would caution the council against getting itself in the position where, in the effort to encourage commercial uses, it ties itself up in off-balance sheet subsidies, like rent guarantees and the like, in order to attract commercial activities that wouldn't otherwise be drawn to it. Be very, very careful with that. Also warn the council against over-design. I think the city has suffered in a number of notable instances by over-design. The Swan Pond and the Botanical Gardens, Frank Kitts Park obscured the view of Tanya Ashkin's sculpture from the north. Of course, the car park in Civic Square has spoiled the City Gallery building.
David, your time is right out, so do you have any final summing up point?
No, those are the things that I just wanted to emphasise. In addition to my written submission, which is there on the record, I've actually got 20 copies here of a vision of the City Gallery building as it was,
Oh, thank you. That'd be great.
But I'd commend everybody to read the council's own heritage report on the City Gallery.
Will do. Okay, thank you very much. And our next person is Stephen Olson.
Kia ora. I submitted a written submission which seems to have been summarised a little bit off key, but basically I was really disappointed in the literature that came through for this. There were no real scenarios that people were being asked to give feedback on. They were elements of scenarios. I say that from the perspective of somebody who works in and around the field of urban design and have done so for about 12 years. I also had the privilege of being part of a team that looked at the options for Christchurch. I was at Regenerate Christchurch during the period where they were doing things which I just would like assurance are not absent from this process. They were looking at things that, and as a direct question, things that prior people had done around movement studies. So I'm interested whether or not Jan Gell and any of his work in Wellington concentrated on or did any pieces of work that were specific to the civic area. And also interested in what types of aspirational urban design outcomes are being sought for this area. Whether or not excellence is the driver, or is it just this sort of piecemeal approach to elements of a scenario. I just couldn't perceive a vision, and I think that's what the public really needs at this point. Just two personal things, and I'll wrap up. One, I think from being in a city dweller, one of the things that I'm not sure when it first occurred, and maybe it's also worth considering as part of the usage knowledge that is needed to really appraise what is not a significantly large area. When the bricks were covered in the false grass, so to speak, one of the things that was actually very, very cool about that was that it was something that on countless times I saw being used by people of all ages, families in particular, kicking balls around, etc. And my last point is just that the other thing that I've spent and had a lot of gratifying time from in terms of time spent in that area is it being a first point of meeting for gatherings that then embark on marches or in other civil and civic activity. And if children and civic activity are not part of the thinking and are being gazumped in any way by commercial activity, I think you're off on the wrong path. And you could maybe reach out to some of the people who had experience down in Christchurch about the work that they did. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Looks like you don't want to have any questions. Okay. Russell Tregoning is our next person. Thank you, Russell. He's got so many names.
Kia ora and good morning. Thank you for the opportunity for the input on this vital issue. I'm a retired surgeon and a passionate Wellingtonian. I have concerns about your process on this issue. I read the local paper and other Wellington news sources daily, but I only heard about this consultation very recently. The time for submissions at 3 weeks is far too short for this vital concern. The librarian at the Kilbirnie Library knew nothing about this when I took in my written submission, but she kindly put it in the internal mail. My Wadestown friend had much less success. She was sent away, submission in hand. Next slide, please. Nearly a quarter of a century ago, I was a member of the Citizens Advisory Group on the waterfront representing Waterfront Watch. This book that you see in front of you there is something that we found very useful. It's from the US Project for Public Spaces. And these words in that book struck me. The community is the expert. The sooner they become involved in planning, the better. In 2000, the Wellington City Council didn't involve the community in the plans for over 20 high-rise buildings on the waterfront. We called it the Great Wall of Wellington. It would have destroyed panoramic views from the harbour, from the city of the harbour. Boy, what a struggle we had to stop that build-up. We asked for a model of the proposed build-up. The public crowded in. We ran a public meeting in a packed town hall. Variation 17 to the district plan was defeated despite the mayor saying Variation 17 will go over my dead body. She's still alive and kicking. The moral to the story: give the public the chance and they will tell you what they want. Don't underestimate their expertise. We've heard a lot of it this morning. Next slide. So there's some of the situation we had in the year 2000. You'll see the model that was made for us after we requested it so that we could give public input. Could we have the next slide, please? I make 3 pleas of you. First, don't destroy the City to Sea Bridge. This is a much-loved, quirky, useful structure with stunning views and important Māori artwork. It is a taonga. I've only heard 2 presentations in all of those that I've heard that support taking it down, a vast minority. I understand strengthening the foundations on the lagoon side will make it safe enough. It's already survived Christchurch and Kaikoura earthquakes. A pedestrian crossing over the quay's traffic sewer, dangerous and unimaginative compared with the City to Sea Bridge. Next slide. On your left is a photo I took at the most recent kids demo for the climate. Look how the wide space is being used. 30 years ago, I watched my actor son acting in a Victoria University play in the space. It was used a number of times for that purpose. It's an important community asset and needs not to be constricted, as some of the buildings will do. On your right is a possible planned 10-storey building, constricting the space and dominating it. Please don't do that. Next slide, please. I've spent time and effort preparing for this talk, including several emails to Wellington City Council staff to find out details of the plans. I've been basically told to go away. There's nothing to talk about because nothing's been planned. Please keep the public on side with your plans, which should be informed by the wishes of the community. Please remember, the community is the expert. Thank you. Any questions?
Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much, Russell. You mentioned about high-rise buildings along the waterfront. Now, we're not looking at putting those along there, so are you opposed to high-rise anywhere facing the waterfront, or what would you prefer to actually see there?
Well, the waterfront's been done.
Sorry, from Civic Square, do you actually, is your preference for actually low-rise?
In Civic Square,
yes,
surrounding it?
Yeah.
I'm not sure about that.
I think we've kind of moved it. Sorry, I think we have moved into a completely another realm. We've got to stick to the square.
Question,
yeah, no, but we've run out of time, and the question has and the answer will have nothing whatsoever to do with this particular topic. So if he wants to ask you the question over lunch, which is not too far off, he can, but that's nothing to do with this consideration today. So now we have got Mike Mallor, please.
Agree with that.
Thanks.
On what basis?
Kia ora, Marita. Thank you for this opportunity to address you on Living Street's opposition to replacing the City to Sea Bridge with a pedestrian crossing. The consultation document, this fine please, says, read the City to Sea Bridge. For safety reasons, doing nothing is not an option. And these reasons appear to be, firstly, the bridge is earthquake prone, but there seems to be no understanding that the earthquake prone regulations specifically exclude bridges. So as the Kestrel seismic risk assessment on the website says, the city-to-sea bridge therefore cannot be determined to be earthquake prone. And there is no regulatory requirement to do anything. It's entirely up to you. Secondly, the bridge and capital E are said to be interconnected, so all need to be strengthened together. But the Shed 6 panel discussion confirmed that this was not in fact the case. And thirdly, there are no significant safety issues associated with the proposed replacement crossing because none are mentioned in the document. But as we believe the AA and previous submitters have already pointed out to you, this latter point is clearly not the case. Forcing pedestrians to cross 6 lanes of heavy traffic, including the proposed public transport spine, adds significant risk, but nowhere in the consultation document is road safety mentioned, let alone considered or assessed. A goal of the proposal is to improve the connection between the Tinakau precinct, the central city and the waterfront. We've just seen that the demolition proposal will make this connection less safe in road safety terms, and it will certainly make it less convenient. Included in the proposal, but not mentioned in the document, are the demolition of the Harris Street bridge to Frank Kitts Park and the probable rationalisation of the pedestrian crossing at the Michael Fowler St John's Bar, so 3 crossings will likely to be reduced to just 1. Sorry, I've just lost it. Apparently a replica of a dauntingly wide one at Queen's Wharf with its lengthy wait times, seconds for drivers, minutes for pedestrians. But according to the webpage, at the new crossing, pedestrians and traffic will both have priority over each other, so neither will apparently have to wait. That'll be interesting. In summary, until and unless the overall safety outcomes of the project are assessed, the statement, for safety reasons, doing nothing is not an option, is, to be quite frank, nonsense. Demolishing the bridge is not a safety requirement, and it may well make the city less safe, but no one appears to have done the necessary mahi on that. And the connection between Tinakau Central City and the waterfront will be made worse rather than improved. Doing nothing is not only an option, but may well be the best one overall. So is this flawed proposal a good basis on which to spend $30 million? Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Councillor Bennett.
Thank you. That's really helpful to hear a pedestrian perspective. Would it not be true that it would be good to traffic calm the quays as well as keeping the bridge, so you've got plenty of different access ways for pedestrians? Would you agree with that?
Well, yes, those of us with long memories will remember when the city bypass, as I'm sure you do.
I do.
One of the things was going to reduce the number of traffic lanes on the quay, which of course has never happened. It would be really good to traffic calm the quays, but with the prospect of having the new public transport spine link along there and the traffic that already use it, it's not going to evaporate quickly, I wouldn't have thought. Doubtless the proponents of the 2 new tunnels will say it will take traffic off the quays, but we've heard that one before.
Okay, Councillor Free.
Thanks, Mike, always appreciated. The accessibility of the bridge for people with mobility issues, what's your view?
It's not good.
No.
It's not good.
Would you think that potentially a at-grade pedestrian crossing would actually be an improvement for some people?
It would improve for some people. It would make it worse for a lot of people. Okay. The risks of crossing a 6-lane highway, heavily trafficked highway, are significant, and for some reason they're just completely ignored in this document, which we fail to understand. The overall safety of the project has just not been assessed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next presenter is John Rennie, who is online.
Kia ora koutou. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to present today. My name is John Rennie. I'm presenting today from Auckland. My apologies for not being there in person. I was born in Wellington and I've lived in the city for the first 27 years of my life. Since 2012, I've resided in Tamaki Makaurau, where I'm a principal at Athfield Architects. My architectural focus is the civic and public architecture. I'm a chair of the Auckland Council Urban Design Panel. This is my personal submission. In a professional capacity, I'm also a signatory of the following submissions made by Athfield Architects Limited and the Urban Environment Professional Submission. In addition, I am aware and I am in support of the separate submissions made by the Wellington Sculpture Trust, Public Art Heritage Aotearoa New Zealand, and Whiringa-ā-rangi. Today I will comment on the urban vandalism that is proposed by this development plan, the importance of Tanakau's civic role as a democratic space and a place of celebration, the importance of council to be present physically in the precinct. Next slide, please. My personal experience and use of Tanakau from 1991 through the present day has informed my submission, in particular through involvement in the scenic design of Miranda Harcourt and Guy Boyce's production of the Summer Shakespeare As You Like It in 1995, where I had more and unfortunately longer hair. As You Like It made use, next slide please. As You Like It made use of the City to Sea Bridge steps, its iconography and the surrounding buildings in the performance, with a backstage under the Capital Discovery Place stairs. And I was surprised to see Russell Tregonning present earlier. That's a banner of his son there in the display. So next slide, please. My hope was that the draft development plan would revive, reawaken, amplify, and add to what the square has previously provided. But there is no site analysis. There is no evidence that the social, physical, or economic context is understood. It is not clear what the brief is. There is no business case. Neither the document nor the consultation follows the Treasury's better business case model and contains no do nothing or do minimal options. Frankly, WTF. Can we go to the next slide, please? For example, I cannot see in this option what, if anything, is being retained and restored. Next slide, please. I do not want a new bridge. I want the existing structures, the bridge and Capital Discovery Place, to be economically and reasonably strengthened. The draft development plan's treatment of this is cultural and urban vandalism. Next slide, please. The response should be to build from the existing spaces, build from the work that has come before, the work of Ath, Riwi, and so many others. Next slide, please. And more importantly, build from and add to our memories of and from Tanakau. Next slide, please. Because Tanakau is not a mall. It is a civic space, and it is the existing cultural facilities that should be amplified, along with new opportunities that complement these. But the gallery does not need a food court. Next slide, please. Tanakau is and must remain a democratic space, a civic square, and a place to gather before and address local government. Next slide, please. This civic role for the city is critical, and the need and use precedes the square in its current form. Next slide, please. At times, the gatherings may be small. Next slide. And personal. Next slide. At other times, large, more communal and collective. Next slide. And this outdoor room needs to be able to accommodate this. Next slide. It is also a place for celebrations. Again, next slide. This is nothing new. The city has always needed and used civic spaces of celebration. Next slide. More than 30 years of graduations and celebrations. Next slide. Tanakau hosting public celebrations of the community's milestones. Next slide. Winning World Cups. Next slide. Ranfurly Shields. Next slide. Waterfront events. Next slide. Festival of the Arts. Next slide. In all these examples, the buildings that form the square have been the background to these events, containing and enabling them. Both the City to Sea Bridge and the council buildings have been either the stage and point of focus or the edge from which people have looked from. With first the closure of these buildings, then COVID's attack on public life, then the slow encroachment of construction into the square, and finally demolition of its edges, the space has been eroded, and in turn we've collectively forgotten the value of this place. The need for council to be in Tanakau and its vital civic importance. Next slide.
John, your time is up. Do you want to just get to the...
This is my last slide, perfectly timed. Please stop this process. please pause and reconsider everything. Please restart with the basics by agreeing the brief for Tanakau. Thank you for the opportunity. I hope you make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Thank you. Good submission.
That's the last of the morning presentations. We'll now have a break, I think, for all of 5 minutes until 12 o'clock. So then Tim Bennett will be the next presenter. But you've got a 5-minute break if anybody feels like
Good afternoon, councillors. There are two messages I would like to get across today. One is this decision needs to be made in the context of what's happening to our city, which at the moment is in a state of structural decline and has insufficient funding for a broad range of projects. And secondly, it needs to learn the lessons from the last decade or so of capital expenditure in Civic Square. I presented before on the vibrancy of Wellington and what's happening here, and recent data would show that that decline is accelerating. The population of Wellington City is less than it was in 2020. The share of businesses, the share of population, and the share of GDP relative to the rest of the country has declined by 10% since 2012. Most importantly, the younger generation, those between 35 and 49, are leaving Wellington in droves. 3% down since 2020. The rest of the country's grown by 10% in that age group. Against that structural decline, you've got a council that has quite frankly spent too much money for far too long. I quoted numbers of 21% higher spending in 2012 versus other metro councils. That's operating expenditure per capita. In 2023, that number was 34%. In the long-term plan, it's 51%. I was asked at the time where those numbers came from and whether they were correct. You only need to look at the council's own commission reports from either PwC or EY to validate those numbers. Since 2012, when Capital E was closed, there are 4 lessons we can learn that need to be applied to any decisions around Civic Square. The first one is there needs to be detailed, peer-reviewed seismic assessments adjusted for risk with the options costed fully. 2022 was when Capital E was shut, and now we're discussing the future of the City to Sea Bridge some 12 years later, with no seismic assessment being done. The same is true of the Michael Fowler Centre and the MOB. Secondly, we've had a series of disjointed decisions, hundreds of those disjointed decisions over the years around the Civic Square. The latest one being spending $10 or so million expanding the top 2 levels of the library for the National Music Centre, which is no longer fit for purpose, literally before it's being built. We will have the most expensive library in the country with the most expensive storage space, it would appear. Decisions have been hasty and uninformed. You, this council, agreed to spend another $130 million on the town hall with just 3 weeks' notice. I would challenge anyone to tell me of any business or public entity in New Zealand which would agree to spend that amount of money in that short of time frame. This is also a council which was elected at the same time that the team at the council was pushing through 60 to 80 variation orders a month for the town hall reconstruction, but you weren't told about it. And the reason for that is because when it was tendered in 2019, there were essentially no plans for the new town hall. For the town hall. And we're now in a position where we're rushing a decision around Civic Square because there are no toilets or front office facilities. We can't open until this is resolved, and hence why we're here today. Finally, there's a lack of contractual commitment. In 2019, Justin Lester told us that $174 million would be spent by Victoria University and the Symphony Orchestra on the fit-out of the National Music Centre. It would appear that none of that money was ever contracted and is nowhere to be seen. We're also told now that Precinct has been selected to build a 10-storey office building to house these new facilities that we need to open the town hall. Yet, the details are a blank sheet of paper. It would appear that the council is heading down another Reading 2. Of course, Precinct will build a building, provided you provide the right incentives, but we, the public, have not been told. In summary, and I would agree with others, the council's embarking on the privatisation of Civic Square, pulling down the Municipal Office building to create space for Precinct, Jervois Quay, the Michael Fowler Centre car park, the Michael Fowler Centre itself, John Eilert Green, a food court in the City Gallery. All of these are privatisation. If the council wants to privatise Civic Square, so be it. but let's get a private developer to do it rather than the council.
Thank you, Tim.
Was that enough, Tim?
I actually have it at a time, but is there a last point you wanted to make? Or
No, I was about to say, in summary, that's
no.
my view. So there we go. Thank you very much, everyone. Cheers.
That's great. Thank you very much. We now have Mark Bailey and Miriam Moore. Oh, sorry, you can start.
Okay. Kia ora, tātou te kauni here at All Pointy. My name is Miriam Moore and this is Mark Bailey. We are both urban designers at Boffa School. It's a practice of professional landscape architects, urban designers, planners and more. Our Te Whanganui, our Tara office has played a part in city's urban change since setting up here 50 years ago. We present today both as citizens but as professionals who work in the placemaking industry, and we're really passionate about our city, so we just thank you for your time. We first like to mihi Te Ngāti Ngāti Tōranga and Te Atiawa, acknowledging their relationships to the land and the importance of Te Ngāko Square as a significant public space in the heart of our city. We are really excited about the prospect of undergoing this piece of urban transformation, which we believe will be a key catalyst to the ongoing revitalisation of our city. Our submission focuses on two elements, the design and the process.
Kia ora tātou. We're doing a bit of a double act here, which we have time to fit inside the time limit, hopefully, maybe some time for questions afterwards. I've got about 5 points on the design. First is really want to see the council revisit this concept of the flow through the space. We think it's a containment of civicness that's being looked for here. I think just focusing on the qualities of what makes a civic space, a civic square, it's really important to revisit that. To some extent, the City to Sea Bridge itself does that job. It does contain the end of the square, stops the square bleeding out, and does provide some shelter and a range of attributes that we think are really important to revisit.
So on that, growing up in Wellington, I had so many trips to all the offerings around Civic Centre with schools or with holiday programs, and you always need, those spaces to sort of, that has a defined space where the kids can go run around, and I think we all know that role of AstroTurf is the best thing that's happened to Civic Square in so long. So there's very simple things you can do to sort of create that holding space. Also been to my partner's graduation, so many protests, so just as long as it maintains those elements of sort of differing levels to create a sort of stage, and as Mark said, that sense of a holding space. And when it comes to the bridge, we really understand the constraints that you're working within. And if there were to be a new design, it needs to focus on what people love about it, which is actually that it's a space, it's a meeting place for eating, it has great outlook, it's playful and it's artistic. So a new bridge could have the opportunity to be even better and deal with the accessibility issues that it currently poses.
Just on the containment thing as well, we really do support the redevelopment of the Jack Islet Green for a new building. I think it has a better potential to actually do the job of holding the square. Like one of the previous submitters said, we're really interested in the opportunity for the council to actually have a presence on the square. And I guess in terms of its adjacency now on the lower part of Harris Street, what is that relationship and how can the council actually have a role to play in the future of that space? Similarly, support the redevelopment of the mob and cab buildings with a new building, and really interested just in the opportunities for that building to have a relationship with Wakefield Street. For Wakefield Street, perhaps given it's closed at the moment, to take on the nature of a shared street space, a bit like Lower Cubitt Street without the parking, to really address the critical issues of the intersection with Victoria Street at the same time as well.
And on that, we know not to fear taller buildings so long that it's sort of all built to scale, providing some interactive edges. And we do like the idea of different offerings at different times of night, which might make it a safer space to walk through after hours. And the location of taller buildings could be used in a way to provide shade where it's currently not provided. You always see people sitting under the circle of the big hanging thing because they like that one pocket of shade. And yeah, so long as it's built to scale, there's options for sun and for shade. There's a real potential to sort of have that building, but keeping the nature of that civic space that's in there.
Just in terms of moving on to the process, we really think, having been involved in a number of these sorts of projects ourselves, that you need to really revisit the brief and the objectives for what you want this place to be, focusing those objectives to being really crisp around the qualities and the attributes that people value. Hopefully you've heard a lot from the submissions that you've had on the square so far about what those attributes might be, in order that those objectives can then form a basis for evaluation of different options. So we'd like to see those options revisited for more diversity in the options rather than the 3 that are currently on the table, in order to also explore the opportunities for simpler evolutionary style redevelopments of the square rather than throwing out a lot of what people value about the place at the present point in time. We do support the council's endeavours to look at the future for this space, but we do feel like the process has generated the wrong kind of outcomes as it stands at the present point in time. So we've got 7 seconds left for any questions.
No, I think we'll say with no, especially if we let Councillor Chung loose. Thanks very much. So we have Phil Conroy on behalf of Roger Shand, I think, is our next speaker.
I'm supposed to have a presentation that I was advised an officer would put up on the screen for us, please.
Sorry, we don't have a presentation.
I was assured it was here when I arrived. We have it on a memory stick if that will help.
Do you want to sort of like, we could replace somebody else could speak now?
That
and you
would
could
be
go
useful, please.
Yeah,
Thank
okay,
you.
let's do that. So Judith Rollof, are you here? Because if you are, it would be good if we could hear from you now. Thank you. Judith, you have 10 minutes, I see, because you are talking on behalf of 2 different groups.
Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Okay, this is my personal submission. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you all today. I'd like to start by asking a question. Why are you doing this to us all? Council cannot keep treating ratepayers as the golden goose. Many of us are on limited incomes with strict budgets, and we cannot continue footing the bill for Council's excessive spending. It's critical to minimise costs on any existing or planned projects and remove altogether any project that is not immediately necessary, and critical to the majority of Wellington businesses and other ratepayers. Thanks. And I don't mean nice to haves. The Civic Square redevelopment is one such project that can be shelved indefinitely. There are options for the existing City to Sea Bridge. Either put a restriction of 500 people on the bridge, a number over which I understand would be needed to make the bridge a risk in a large earthquake, or strengthen the seawall, which should be strengthened anyway, in the interests of the entire waterfront area. You should be more worried about a tsunami and a massive earthquake the size of which could bring down the bridge. Wellington does not need another pedestrian crossing across the road between the city and the sea. There are more than enough of these already. The existing bridge and pedestrian crossings have served Wellingtonians for decades and can continue to do so for the foreseeable future. There's nothing wrong with the Michael Fowler Centre or the access to it from the city side or the harbour side. It should be left as it is, with only absolutely necessary strengthening. We regularly walk across from Cuba Street or from the lagoon side without any problem, and I have mobility issues. The Michael Fowler Centre does not need to be demolished. The City Gallery does not need to be extended, and the City to Sea Bridge does not need extending. demolishing. As for providing for more commercial activity, there are plenty of opportunities for that in the CBD, with the ever-increasing vacant spaces due to the fact that the council is driving everyone out of the city with its expensive and unnecessary projects. And in the days when we do venture near the waterfront, the last thing we want to see is more shops, bars and restaurants. We neither need nor want any more buildings or extensions to existing buildings anywhere along the waterfront, and we cannot afford any more. Leave us some open spaces with unimpeded views of our beautiful harbour. The council has ruined much of Wellington and its suburbs with ill-considered frivolous projects. Please just leave our waterfront alone. The introduction in Part 2 of the consultation document states that none of the proposals commit the council to funding above the $65 million already allocated in the 2024 to 34 LTP. That's irrelevant, as the LTP has to be rethought because hundreds of millions of dollars need to be cut from it. The obvious places to start are with the removal of all unnecessary big budget projects such as the Civic Square redevelopment and the Golden Mile projects, cessation of all work on bus stop relocations, cycleways, raised crossings and other traffic calming initiatives, scaling back of any projects that are vital to the city and the majority of Wellingtonians, extensive reduction in council staff numbers, handing back to central government of all social housing, and the addition of more spending on the water infrastructure. And that concludes my presentation, which I can email to you if necessary. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Has anyone got any questions for Judith? No, looks like you've nailed it, Judith. We've got one from Councillor Patter.
The issue of mobility access has been discussed in terms of the City to Sea Bridge. There was a lift there, used to be. I was just wondering if you had a few further reflections on how it could be made more accessible?
Not really. I mean, I just walk across the road at the crossings, the existing crossings. Yeah.
No, that's helpful.
Great, thanks very much. Thank you, Judith. We'll now go back to Phil Conroy, because I think we now... Oh, sorry. You've got the second half. Yep, sorry about that. I thought you'd finished both halves. I thought that was super prompt.
Could we have our 5 minutes?
I'm Judy, as you know, and this is Carolyn Calscannon. She's going to be presenting with me.
Thank you.
We're presenting on behalf of Wellington Rates Revolt Group, which has approximately 1,000 members. This presentation reflects the views of the majority of those members. The review of the Civic Square was previously done in 2021 at great expense, so why are we doing it again? Bridges do not have an MBS rating and are exempt from earthquake-prone legislation. According to at least 2 engineers' reports, there are no issues with the bridge. Therefore, we believe the bridge should be left as it is. We consider anything else to be unnecessary spending that ratepayers simply cannot afford. If there was a serious earthquake, the biggest threat would be a tsunami or liquefaction of the entire reclaimed area of the CBD, so the pedestrian bridge would be the least of our problems. It's important to have green areas where people can relax and enjoy being outside, especially at weekends or lunchtimes. We don't need more shops or other entertainment areas when the existing ones are struggling and many are empty. The CBD is dying. The population of Wellington is not increasing. Rather, people are leaving as rates continue to rise and they become even more unaffordable. We do not want Michael Fowler Centre to be demolished. We do not want the City Gallery to be extended. If extra space is sought, we should use other buildings such as the Convention and Exhibition Centre, which is currently underutilised and costing us a huge amount of money. We understand Council has an agreement allowing private enterprise to build a 10-storey building containing apartments on the waterfront. This type of building is too tall for the area and will make the space claustrophobic and block the sun. Furthermore, it's not in keeping with the low-rise buildings currently in the area. There's also, excuse me, an Environment Court ruling from 2012 concerning the maximum height of buildings along the waterfront, which aims to keep the area around the harbour open and the buildings low-rise. The proposal for a 10-storey building would appear to reach this. We do not need or want any more buildings or extensions to existing buildings anywhere along the waterfront, and we certainly cannot afford to pay for them. The Council has already made it virtually impossible for many Wellington residents and visitors to visit the peacefulness of the Botanic Gardens because of the removal of car parking in the area. Leave us some open spaces with unimpeded views of our beautiful harbour. This council has run much of Wellington and its suburbs with ill-considered frivolous projects. Please just leave our waterfront alone.
We are appalled that there is already an agreement in place with developers to build a 10-storey block in the Civic Square. Why were ratepayers not consulted? What deal has been done to enable this? What have we given up? If the population is declining and there's currently a glut of 1,357 rental properties and a surplus of empty owner-occupied apartments due to the extortionate body core and rates, do we need to build more apartments and have more buildings? We feel this process is not democratic when deals have been done already agreed ahead of the consultation 8 months prior. This smacks of the Reading Cinema backroom deal. This consultation feels like a tick box exercise and consultation in name only, which this council is now notorious for. The long-term plan needs to cut spending, and this project is a prime candidate as it is unnecessary expenditure. The introduction in Part 2 of the consultation document states that none of the proposals commit the Council to funding above $65 million already allocated in the 24 to 34 long-term plan. However, you need to cut hundreds of millions of dollars from the long-term plan. The obvious place to start is with the removal of all unnecessary big budget projects. In addition, we all know how big projects always have a massive budget blowout. The town hall and the library are classic examples of this. This desire to demolish everything that currently exists is beyond our comprehension.
Perfect timing, because you've just run out of your total allocated time. So thank you very much. Okay, so we'll go back to Phil Conroy on behalf of Roger Shan, because I think we now have got the presentation.
Thank you. After that little technical hiccup. Today I represent Roger Shan, the Director of Shan Shelton Architects. Roger is currently overseas, but feels strongly that a personal representation is required. As you're aware, my name's Phil Conroy. I'm also a Director of Shan Shelton, and today's presentation is primarily a series of photographs that reinforces Roger's submission. Roger, as some background, was the city architect and the Civic Centre director responsible for the delivery, implementation and delivery of the Civics Centre project, completed, I might add, on time and on budget. Together, Kara Pokitapu, the former Secretary of Maori Affairs as iwi representative, and Roger drove the bicultural collaboration throughout the development of the centre. A centre conceived, designed and completed as a holistic architectural and artistic ensemble. The bridge embodies this philosophy. Its mana, gravitas, relevance and unique character are a result of artists, architects and engineers embracing biculturalism. It challenges, welcomes, unites and inspires. The City to Sea Bridge is a destination in its own right, a viewing platform, raised landscape, a powerful bicultural artwork synonymous with Wellington. It is a bridge that defines a city, a celebrated symbol of Whanganui-a-Tara. The City to Sea Bridge, together with Capital Discovery Place, underpin the fishing line of Maui, the tie connecting permanently the city and water, accessible to all. It is a critical component which contributes to creation of the square itself. The bridge and Capital Discovery Place, together with the Harris Street ramp promenade, embrace, protect and enclose the northern end, defining the inner square. All these interconnected elements combine to deliver people to the nexus of the square. The nexus overlooks and leads to the square itself, the heart, Te Ngākau, where the whole is far greater than the sum of the parts. The name Te Ngākau was gifted, and with the current development options proposed, this gift is at risk. Understanding what you have is critical to moving forward. The nexus, as formed by the City to Sea Bridge and Capital Discovery Place, act as the square's primary focal point. The stairway, as defined by Matt Pinay's sculptures, form the Te Ngākau's proscenium to the stage atop Capital Discovery Place. The collaborative fishing line of Maui delivers a unique multi-level procession of welcoming and performance spaces. This enables our Te Ngākau's unique open-air performance and gathering space. Te Ngākau is a unique, civic, urban, bicultural centre. Current development options destroy this unique design. Picking off parts to solve immediate or localised problems is ill-conceived. Together, we can do so much better. We know that the notion of the loss of the bridge has been a catalyst for many of the cities and indeed New Zealand's creatives to challenge Council's options and processes. We would welcome the opportunity to collaborate with the Council's team to map forward a way that preserves the critical elements and amenities of Wellington's unique City to Sea Bridge and the Civic Centre, while delivering on the current project drivers, to keep the city's heart beating and uphold the gift of Te Ngākau. Thank you.
I think we've just got a few moments. Has anyone got any questions? No, it looks like you've done your presentation proud, so thank you very much. We now have Graham, who's on behalf of David Kernan.
Good afternoon, councillors. There is a hard copy of David Kernan's script, which will be circulated and it will now be in front of you. My name isn't David Kernan, and I'm not a retired architect. I'm channeling David's words without the Scots accent. Okay, here goes. My name is David Kernan. I'm a retired architect. I'm sorry I'm unable to be with you to make my presentation in purpose. I'm grateful to Graham McIntyre reading my presentation on my behalf. Below are not necessarily shared views with Graham. Among other positions in New Zealand, I have been Chair of Wellington City Council's Waterfront Development Subcommittee, 2001 to 2003, tasked with implementing the Wellington Waterfront Framework, which we did. A Director of Wellington Waterfront Limited from 2004 to 2010. A Deputy Environment Commissioner in the Environment Court of New Zealand from 2007 to 2023. An appointed member of the New Zealand Order of Merit for Services to Architecture in 2015. I quote a colleague, For a council in such financial and political distress, it beggars belief that they aren't looking to the most conservative and inexpensive solutions. That is, careful retention of what is there, especially since what is there is serving the city so well. Greener too. WCC has stated consultation is seeking feedback from Wellingtonians on two key questions. What should replace the City to Sea Bridge? And what should be prioritised in the remaining areas of Tinako Civic Precinct that need to be developed? First, there is no need for the bridge to be replaced. Second, development work on at least one site is already underway. In 2019, the City to Sea Bridge was rated by Spencer Holmes at 40% of the NBS. Now, at least 4 more engineering companies, Hofcon, Tonkin & Taylor, Becker and Kestrel, have had a go at assessing the NBS rating. How many engineers does it take to change a light bulb? Were they all paid by WCC for their peer reviews? How much? Did they use the Red Book, Yellow Book or Black Book? Entering a building at 33% NBS holds the same personal risk as flying as a passenger in a plane from Wellington to Auckland. A government review of seismic risk management in existing buildings will not be complete until 2026. Why rush to demolish the bridge? Reading the 122 pages of the draft precinct development plan by Warren and Marnie and others reminded me of a statement from the Gresham Tower Fire Inquiry in the UK, which said, an architectural education is a 5-year training in visual representation and rhetorical obfuscation. The draft precinct report is beautiful visually and full of honeyed phrases and rhetorical obfuscation. Essentially, the report recommends demolition of the City to Sea Bridge to be replaced by traffic lights. Inspiring. It identifies possible development sites, either public or private or both. A proposed new bridge ends ironically in a downward spiral on the popular and much used grassy area in front of the Oddlands New Zealand Stock Exchange building. How much did the draft precinct development plan cost to prepare? 6 pages could have said what is said in 122 pages of visual representation and rhetorical obfuscation. The City to Sea Bridge is a fine piece of public art, the work of leading artist Marita Matchet and architects Riwi Thompson and John Gray, among others. It is functional and provides exceptional vistas and views from height of the harbour and civic centre. It is a place to sit, relax, picnic. It helps reduce adverse effects of the road that otherwise divides the city and harbour. It defines the civic square. What is proposed is hopeless. It is a result of narrowly focused and predetermined thinking over appreciation of what is there. There seems to be no institutional knowledge about civic square and waterfront development. Proper repair and maintenance of the fabric of the buildings of the square and of the City to Sea Bridge is an economic, functional and practical way forward. The City to Sea Bridge must not be demolished. I'm happy for Graham to answer questions on my behalf, rather him than me. David Kernan.
Thank you. Councillor Bennett has a question for you.
Thank you, and I would have asked you this too. There seems to be this argument that it's a cohesive whole and it shouldn't be interrupted. What about the need for change, including green space, which this council has consistently supported?
Okay. It is, any project of this type should be a cohesive whole, but what we see there is not complete. The site, which is Jack Islet Green, is a temporary use of that space. I consider that it is not, this is speaking for me, not David, I consider that it is not successful in that role, and I think that the green space on the waterfront is far superior in terms of its relationship to the waterfront, its amenity, facing the sun, and close to 2 entry points to the waterfront.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Guy Cleaverly. Okay, Guy, the floor's yours.
Inga mana, inga reo, e roranga te rama tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. My name's Guy Cleaverly. I'm a director at CCM Architects here in Wellington. I've been working here for 40 years. I was president of the Architecture Centre back in 2000 when there were some major issues on the waterfront. I'm an architect and I think I'm an urban design champion. Tinako, something's happened. We've been here before. Don't be a vandal. We have options. We need a champion. Nothing like this has happened before. We've had earthquakes in 2013. We've had earthquakes in 2016. We've had a world pandemic in 2020, and everyone seems to have forgotten about it. I work with consultants across Australia and that sort of thing there, and everybody thinks everything's different here. In Australia, in Wellington, in Auckland, it is all the same. High inflation, high construction costs, and economic woes for everybody who's there. So we've been here before. So in 2000, Wellington waterfront, there was an outcry over very poor development outcomes after the event centre, which was not surprising. Council listened, they stopped, they got a senior leadership champion, Karen Wallace, the ex-CEO, she was the executive CEO. She was fantastic, she worked hard and she set up a good process that is still in play today. Now we're on the wrong side of history. After Christchurch and Pike River, the laws have mandated a problem with our codes and liability. It's made everyone scared, even engineers who assess buildings. They can now go to prison for their advice, so naturally look at the worst case scenario. So look at the MFC. So here we have a world-class venue, and my son's partner, who is a virtuoso concert violinist from Poland, came here and was astounded at the Michael Fowler Centre acoustics, right? Why do we need a musician from Europe to come and tell us that? It seems ridiculous. So don't be party to vandalism. We've got a world standard concert hall here, the Michael Fowler Centre. We don't have the money, but it has survived the earthquakes. I was working at Warren back in 1980 when they were building this. We're using catastrophising language like it's earthquake prone, like the damn thing's going to fall over. This is ridiculous. Buildings are not getting weaker. It hasn't changed since 1980 when it was built. Don't be on the wrong side of history. Take a cup of tea. Cultural vandalism, that's what you'll get if you see this. So we have options. We've been here before. I think it's only when something happens that it galvanises people and they see what's actually going on. So I think we're actually back at the situation here like we were back in 2000 when all of Wellington seemed to revolt against what was actually going down on the waterfront. People have woken up. They've seen what it is. I think Fraser's done a great thing to actually wake people up. I think it's actually a really difficult job to get things going, but I think this is one of the things that sort of people now are actually looking at it. So we have history. I remember sitting on that lawn many years ago, a long time ago. And so in order to just have a look at this and see what other options there were, because I think this is part of the problem, it's we're not seeing these options, I actually had a look at it myself. So I took the current thing, I had a look at how the space could be worked out. I looked at some development options there. So that was just an example I did for myself. So we have options. We're a world standard concert hall. The world is surviving COVID, not just us. We survived earthquakes. We know there's an issue. Don't participate in cultural vandalism. Take an option, take a cup of tea, as David Longwood said. We have options. We have solutions. Like sometimes we don't think we've got solutions, but you know, you can see them and they don't have to be expensive. We have got a culture of actually making sure that we can actually get things done. And we need more balance in the way that we're approaching things. So this is the champion. This is Karen Wallace. I haven't seen anyone from the council. I was there at the meeting on the 6th. There didn't seem to be anyone who was actually standing up and doing this work for her in senior leadership. So again, I just say something's happened, seismic pandemic, the waterfront, we've been here before, don't be a vandal, take a cup of tea, and e puka e tika, it belongs to all of us. It's not just Te Ariawa's story, it belongs to all of us. Kia ora.
Thank you very much, Guy. That you precisely used up your 5 minutes, so thank you. Our next speaker is Stephen Underwood.
Good afternoon. I'd just like to make a few comments in addition to my written submission. One of the major concerns I have about the consultation document was the bald statement that we've investigated the do-nothing option but decided it's not feasible, and given this broad brush number out of the air, 90 to 120 million. Do-nothing is always an option in any business case, and it is outrageous in my view that nothing was presented to support the assertions made in the consultation document. And I just don't think it's reasonable to expect the citizens of Wellington to accept an unsubstantiated assertion, particularly from a council which has shown its inability to manage costs and construction on a number of the other projects which other people have referred to. I'm also concerned about the 1,000-year risk basis for determining whether or not this structure is earthquake prone. My understanding is that it is not a building, it is a structure, it's subject to quite different rules. There's no discussion of this in the document. I think that is misleading. I'd also make the comment that 1,000-year event, the whole city will be gone. And certainly down on the waterfront, there'll be liquefaction, there'll be tidal sloshing. Having the bridge down and not being able to get an ambulance or another vehicle through will be the least of our problems. I'd like to know whether or not the council is applying the 1,000-year yardstick to all the other buildings in the city. I understand also that the bridge was subject to earthquake strengthening in 2011. How come it's going to cost such a fantastic estimated cost of 90 to 120 million to re-strengthen it, and it was only done 14, 15 years ago? It just beggars belief that we spent all that, whatever it cost back then, and this fantastical numbers thrown around with abandon without justification. I also understand that the argument that the Capital E building and the bridge are linked together is not correct. I've heard people who were involved in the design and construction of both of those, the building and the structure, who say that they are not, and that appears to be unaddressed by council. I think that council needs to be aware that there is very, very significant levels of distrust in the citizens, particularly the ratepayers, with respect to the council and its track record on major construction projects. We've just got to see the cost blowouts that have occurred with the town hall and the library and other works. I mean, $7 million on a playground. We didn't even have to build the playground. It was there, the base was there. It just beggars belief that a council can spend that sort of money given the financial constraints that the city's operating under. My recommendation is that the do-nothing option has got to be considered more widely, and we need to clarify these issues of what is the level of risk attached to a structure rather than a building, and whether or not an expensive demolition to remove something which is a great amenity. I'm not going to comment on its artistic or cultural value. It's just that it's a great amenity before any further action is done. With respect to the other parts of the precinct, I think that this is in the nice to have category and should just be put aside. We know very little about the alleged earthquake proneness of the Michael Fowler Centre. Is it the whole building? Is it a bit of it? What is involved in bringing it up to whatever the standard happens to be for a public building? So those are my comments. I'd also like to just refer to the article in the paper this morning about record funding for pipes, but only a kilometre replaced. You know, we've got to be concerned here about value for money, and I don't think that these projects represent any form of value for money for the ratepayers of Wellington. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephen. That was precisely 5 minutes. We now have Summer Satterthwaite. $1:00.
Kia ora all, my name is Summer and I am speaking on behalf of the Environmental Reference Group this afternoon. As Project Manager Fazan Zamani described, this redevelopment is open heart surgery for the centre of Te Pōneke. I would first like to acknowledge that a project on this scale is undoubtedly going to result in stress, confusion and questioning for the Wellington public, especially when it comes to the demolition of our beloved city-to-sea bridge. Although the ERG has no strong opinion on the replacement of the bridge with either a secondary structure or pedestrian crossing, it is vital that its identity as a third space where Wellingtonians can gather and interact comfortably in a sheltered space without pressure to spend money is maintained in the new development. We also strongly support the current efforts to reincorporate its artistic features and original wood within the new developments. For the actual development process, our greatest priorities are increasing the amount of green space and improving its accessibility. This means providing bus stops, bike, e-scooter racks, improving ease of access for children, elderly, and disabled, and providing information on how to navigate the central city. In terms of planting, it means choosing Wellington local flora that can encourage our incredible bird species to come down and spend time with us in our central city, with the end goal of creating a strong sense of local pride for our environment that can encourage sustainable action. Although we do not consider it an ideal option, we do also acknowledge that allowing commercial opportunities may be the only way to realistically act on these goals of greater green space. But we do encourage councillors to carefully consider the businesses that they are allowing to set up shop. Regardless of the direction of development, Wellingtonians should be kept in the loop in a way that is realistically aligned with their busy lives. This means providing information not in the form of a website or email updates, but through clear signage surrounding the entire site, explaining what is happening, why it is happening, and when its stages will be completed. Any Wellingtonian should be able to hear construction work on the other side of the city, walk over in their lunch break, and come away with significant knowledge such they will be able to explain it to their friends and colleagues. This is critical to us as the ERG because despite the benefits of increased green area, they are nothing compared to the power of a city of nearly 250,000 people, many of which are beginning to see a continued push for sustainability in a cost of living crisis as a sign of disconnect between councillors and ratepayers. Nothing could be more dangerous to the environment than the villainisation of those who are fighting for it, and that can only be solved through communication. I appreciate a lot of that is very vague, and I'm happy to give more specific advice on behalf of the ERG. Thank you.
Do we have any questions? Councillor Barrett.
Yeah, the issue of pedestrian access is one that's just troubling a few of us maybe, like so the big road, but also allowing access for people with disabilities. So do you have any view on that? Because you do have some transport expertise on ERG.
Yeah, that comes, we've talked a little bit about that. I think if we were going to develop a new city-to-sea bridge, then it would obviously be a better step in the right direction for accessibility, providing it had the appropriate faculties. It's also a case of trying to plan other roads in a way that can make multiple entrances appropriate to disabled peoples. But I would love to come back to you with some more specific advice or planning what we have. We understand that it's definitely a challenge to navigate a giant road alongside others. Yeah.
That looks like it. Thanks very much. Thank you, Saba.
Thank you.
Paul Wilson is our next speaker.
Yes, good afternoon, councillors. My copy of the Oxford Dictionary states that consult refers fourthly to take into account and consider, which is presumably what this document was printed for, but I do like the first part of it, seek information or advice, so hopefully that's what you're doing today. And my comment would be, if you really have to demolish the bridge, consider a Bailey Bridge. I'm sure the Army has quite a lot of them sitting around, and you could put the sculptures down the side of the Bailey Bridge, and they, from the country roads in New Zealand, they seem to last an awful long time. But what I was also wondering was, did the experts who drew up the two options here ever consider a pedestrian underpass, tunnel or subway under the road rather than a bridge if it has to come down, or the pedestrian crossing across the quite busy highway, or road I should say, not highway, as an alternative? If Turkey can do an underground subway under the Bosphorus, and in that pretty earthquake-prone country, surely we can do 50 yards of an underground tunnel instead. And if you're saving space, you could put a corkscrew rather than a big ramp down. And you could even perhaps do a Kelly Tarleton and put, because we've got a lagoon next door with plenty of seawater in it, you could perhaps do a Kelly Tarleton as an additional attraction for the council. You've got apparently up to $47 million to spend on this particular problem. And the other little problem was, or for part two, I'd rather restore what we've got there. And that includes the trees, because I note when they demolished the pink building, they also chopped down all of those lovely old trees just outside that building. And I don't know who gave permission for them to do that, but they're now gone. And the final one was where the Royal Ballet building was on the other side. I note all those putakawa trees, apparently the council have told me that they are not protected, so I just hope that whatever is done with that area, they are retained, all those putakawa trees. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Nope. Looks like that's all for you. Thank you very much. And now we have Helena Richie, and Helena has got 2 5-minute slots. So Helena, it is Helena, isn't it? It is Helena, not Helen. I've got the pronunciation right.
Don't put the clock on yet. It's Helena.
It is. Oh, Helena. Oh, we were both wrong. Okay, right. Okay, Helena,
all right.
your turn.
You can call me what you like. I will be submitting, but also Civic Trust will be submitting. I'm the chair of the Civic Trust. So, first of all, I want to applaud the people of Wellington who have come out in their droves, because this Tanako and the City to Sea Bridge belongs to them. It is part of their spirit, and you have heard that today. Kia ora, koutou katoa. I'll just tell you very quickly, I was a councillor for a very long time. As some of you know, I was Deputy Mayor, and at the time that I was Deputy Mayor, I led the concept plan for the Civic Centre Tanako. It was miraculous. It was a municipal council project achieved on time, in budget, and world class. And what I'm witnessing is a piecemeal unpicking of it for a number of years. In 1983, I managed as a councillor to save the town hall from demolition. The grounds for demolition were earthquake, but that was proven false. In 2013, I started to write to officers and make public statements to save the Civic Centre. Why was it being neglected? You have been seriously criticised today. You have lost trust with the people of Wellington, and you have neglected the Civic Centre since 2013, and beyond. I could wax lyrical about the bridge. I could wax lyrical about Tanako. I ask you to look at my submission and the submission of the Civic Trust. I feel deceived. I feel deceived by council, by my council, by our council. The public is clearly angry with you. They too have a right to feel deceived and manipulated. You have been misled in the consultation document, and you've heard that time and time again and from the previous speaker. But I want to tell you something that you probably don't know. I'm aware that most of you, if not all of you, do not know this. In 2 weeks' time, Civic Centre is likely to be closed. 2 weeks, 3 weeks, December. In January, this City Council starts to rip up Civic Square, Tanako. Is that what you want? The only way that you can stop this, stop the ripping up of Civic Square, of the marae atia, is to do your job, is to make sure that tomorrow you remove the funding of $65 million and do not proceed with ripping up Civic Square and the closing of it. Who will champion our Civic Square of you? Who will it be? Who will move that motion? And who will stop and make sure that you start again with this consultation process, that you engage with the wisdom of the public which you have heard, that you engage in further public dialogue? I offer to help that process, if you want, as an independent person, outside of council now, with a great deal of expertise related to the Civic Centre. I could do that. I could make sure, if you wanted, you could make sure that you had a unanimous decision to ensure that there is a concept plan that is accepted by the public instead of making the public angry. Our Civic Centre's heart is broken. It is on life support. It could still be, to a degree, revived. But tomorrow, somebody in your LTP discussions has to make sure that you take out and remove the $65 million and make sure that that is a unanimous decision. And just as an aside, if you did that, some of your pet projects could be included. Thank you. Are there any questions?
So you want to just go straight into your second half?
No,
or?
not really. I want to have any questions and then I'll go into it because I have a colleague here from the Civic Trust.
I've got a question for you. Why do you think that we're unaware that the square is going to be ripped up, given that we actually signed off the earthquake strengthening of the car park, and that was explicitly raised as a requirement? So why would you think we would be ignorant of that?
Because you have not made it publicly known. If the public knew that in 2 weeks' time, it's the timing. It's the timing. If you don't remove the $65 million tomorrow, then it's done. It's done and dusted. The Civic Square will be closed. Nobody will see what's going on. It's a public place. You have no right to just close this wonderful public space, even though it's pretty manky at the moment because of various demolitions.
Okay.
The public does not know that.
Okay, you've given us an answer. So I think we can move on to your second 5 minutes.
Okay, so they'll come up. So kia ora koutou katoa. I just want to introduce to you, first of all, Sylvia Allen, who we've worked together for a long time, many years, over the value of the Civic Centre. We've made countless submissions to council, to independent hearings panels and so on. Sylvia is a very, very skillful colleague and on the trust. Who are we on the trust? We like to work with council if it is at all possible. If it is possible, we have multiple skilled people on the trust. First of all, I want to make some comment on the consultation document. There were significant constraints with the consultation. There was predetermination, and there are legal questions around that. There is imminent demolition, as I've mentioned just now, in relation to Civic Square. And obviously, I don't know whether you've noticed it, but on the cover, there are none of the very valuable bricks. And the story, the whole story of Civic Centre moving into the City to Sea Bridge will be gone. Will be gone unless you change the direction. And Council has given, the consultation document has given misleading information. You've heard all about that. I won't repeat it. I also just draw to your attention again the merits of the City to Sea Bridge. We are implacably opposed to the demolition, as I am as well. Needs to be retained. There is, to use Sylvia's wonderful words, no compelling case for demolishing the City to Sea Bridge. Finally, I just want to give you the recommendations of the Trust. First of all, we are asking that the Council take no further action to prepare to demolish the City to Sea Bridge and associated structures, capital E, and the processional walkway ramp, and takes no further action to lift and dispose of, if this picture is correct, the artwork of one of our most talented Māori women weavers and sculptors, the bricks of Civic Square. We're asking Council to immediately remove all funding in the LTP associated with this, and to stop all current work on Tinako, including negotiation with precinct properties. We are not aware, we do not know whether you've actually completed that negotiation. I think we need to know. We are also asking Council to ensure that democracy returns to our civic democratic centre, Civic Centre, that the Council returns to our Civic Centre at the earliest opportunity. We have also, if those of you are concerned about the safety, we have made a recommendation in terms of catch frames. We are not concerned about, we're not worried that the bridge is going to fall down. But we have an expert engineer who has advised us and suggested that there might be, and it's in the submission, our submission, which was supposed to have been handed out but hasn't been, has suggested catch frames to stop complete failure. We are not concerned about that, but we offer an alternative if you wish to take it up. As I've said, the heart of our city is broken. The spirit of Wellington is broken with it. It is on life support. It is possible to revive it, but you will need to stop, take a breath, listen to the public, and go into open dialogue with them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Helena. That is your allotted time, so thank you. But it's now a break, and we will be starting again at 1:30. And lunch is at 16:11. is Charles McGinnis. Sorry, Jennifer Johnson, because Charles isn't here. So Jennifer, if you are available, it would be great to hear from you.
Great. Thank you very much. First, I want to thank the elected members' queries team and Councillor Rogers for replying to my questions in September 24. I also want to thank the Wellington City Council for the opportunity to speak today. I live and own a home in Kelburn, Wellington. I have had a career as a medical physicist with treating cancer patients, and I am now just a Pilates instructor working as a contractor in Kelburn and the CBD. My heart found its home in Wellington in January 1999. I ask that the council please consider keeping the area public, open, and a natural space. Building another building appears to be unnecessary. The total cost for commercial real estate projects have been increasing globally because of the cost of resources, not only the cost of the raw materials, but also the availability of construction workers to do the work. We have at least a sufficient number of commercial and government buildings and high-end commercial leasing available already. And having lived in Florida and Houston, Texas, where the mindset is to build more and new, I prefer revitalizing derelict buildings in the CBD and entertainment district. Another point I'd like to make is that I do have concerns as far as that we do have safety as an issue that I know you guys are more than aware of. Even at Disney, on their ladder of priorities, the first priority is not fun, it's not courtesy, or even customer service. It's safety. Public safety then, having worked in medicine and experienced natural disasters in the United States, I know that access to emergency services is critical. While I appreciate there may be street upheaval should something go wrong, at least not having to remove a bridge blocking a major road would be helpful, similar to not blocking the exits. I just want to speak regarding personal safety. Wellington is not alone in its challenges. If you look in other cities throughout the world right now, there have been things that people have had. That said, I understand in the past CCTV has captured activities even at 3 a.m. on the City to Sea Bridge. And as a woman, I have always needed to be mindful of my surroundings. We certainly scan for safe routes. I appreciate comments that a separate walking protected bridge area is for safety. I, however, can sometimes construe it as a trap. Therefore, in my opinion, a surface street crossing provides more safety in the community from that perspective. My third point is that I just hope that having that big open space helps enhance health and well-being within our community. The World Health Organization Constitution states that health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. The reality of the COVID-19 pandemic has changed where people work, how they shop, how we engage with one another, and what we prioritize for entertainment. People appreciate Wellington's harbors and beaches, the parks and the playgrounds, the green belt, and open spaces for their health and well-being. Certainly on a day like today, you would just clearly note all the activity when it's not work and school hours. Having a more enticing, more natural environment to gather is needed. And not only have we missed a section of our city with all of the construction, but we also have the opportunity to make it even more inviting by having another wide open natural environment. So in summary, my preference is that we prioritize keeping public areas public, open, and a natural space through our needed infrastructure that we need to focus on, and not necessarily building other further structures that encroach on areas that what had been shared space. Still creating a safe environment in both the public and personal meetings, and our own health and well-being in our community that then is part of Wellington's show to other New Zealanders and visitors alike through natural enrichment to our city. I will just say lastly that if I wanted to live in a city with more buildings, I would live in Auckland.
Councillor Bennett has a question for you.
Yes.
Sorry, you said you came from Houston or?
Houston.
Yeah. So, which is a very car-dependent city. So do you think crossing big roads with lots of traffic is good for overall well-being? I'm not just talking about accidents.
I don't own a car, and I cross all the time over by the other area of the entrance in terms of Bond Street or Flamingo and PwC and everything else. So I don't have any difficulty in my mind with a level crossing personally, but I'm not sure if I understood
I just
the question.
mean amenity as an experience of being in Wellington, of crossing over lots of traffic.
I appreciate that question, yes. Yeah, I do agree that the city's Sea Bridge, if you've read my written comments, I have a lovely sense of the city to Sea Bridge. But I'm just cognizant, depending on what the decisions are on it, if the decision is to make a new bridge, I'm not in favor of that.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next presenter is Tina Reid.
Kia ora. Kia ora koutou. Thank you for the invitation to come today. Thinking last night about why I bothered to make a submission about Te Ngākau, and I looked up Te Ngākau, and probably as you're all aware, but I wasn't fully aware, it means the heart. And to me, that really resonated about why I bothered. That to me, I'm coming from a very heart-centred space on this submission today, rather than a head-centred one. When the Civic Square was being built and planned, I worked on the ground floor of the town hall. I was with community development at the time, and I realise now that what happened for me over that period was I created a sense of connection to the history and heritage of that building, along with working on current issues, but also looking to the future and looking to what a civic square could be for the city. And that stayed with me since that time, and that importance of connections between those things. And since then, that's what the Civic Square and the City to Sea Bridge in particular have meant to me. I've enjoyed events in the square, and over the last 6 years, I've guided walking tours over the bridge to the waterfront. I'm part of an organisation called Walk Wellington that runs, we're a volunteer group that run walking tours every day. And that City to Sea Bridge always delights in so many weathers, at all times of the year, and for so many different reasons. From a personal and a heart centre point of view, I particularly love the symbolism of the artwork, which links us. It links our tangata whenua and our tangata tiriti journeys. Paramatchet's carvings and the pool, the North and South Island constructions, Maui's net paving, the Writer's Walk, the metal fish, all create a stimulating, thought-provoking, welcoming connections and invitations. And so I think that those sense of linking history, present and future are really important as part of a heart. And with Te Ngākau, we're trying to create a heart. The other thing I particularly appreciated in this whole area, in the whole Civic Square environment, has been the auditorium space created in the Civic Square because of the steps up to the bridge. I've attended many displays, exhibitions in that area. It's a very sheltered from Wellington's notorious wind, creates a great atmosphere, an atmosphere for celebrations, for gathering, for formal and informal ways. And I think it's retaining that kind of gathering space, not just an open public space, is actually really important for the city's heart. We need places to go to celebrate, to see the All Blacks, to have gymnastic displays, Dutch public holidays, all kinds of things happened in that square. That kind of square is very important. So for these reasons, I favour a pedestrian bridge. I'm particularly, of course, talking about the City to Sea Bridge option, particularly because of creating an outlook, an entrance to the harbour, an outlook over the harbour, which can bring a sense of anticipation and excitement as you cross. I'm quite different from the previous submitter, and I think that that view is awesome, and it's a natural element of Wellington. We need to find ways of really appreciate as much as we can. I also think the separation of traffic and pedestrians is important. I'm not happy about losing the City to Sea Bridge. As you can probably hear, I'm very attached to it. But I've understood the arguments about cost and risk. And I think whatever happens, it was important to retain this notion of a heart, to create connections and meanings, and to keep that at the forefront of what we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does anyone got any questions? No, it looks like you've made your points very clearly. Thank you.
Finished within 46 minutes, 46 seconds. Thank you.
We have Phil Mark is now, who's actually online, I understand.
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, thank you. Firstly, my apologies, I can't be there in person, but I picked up a bit of a virus over the weekend. Hopefully my voice isn't too croaky. Apologies in advance. I've called Wellington home for the last 17 years. I'm an associate and architect at Alfield Architects, and I've worked on many large-scale urban projects in the city, including the original Basin Reserve Bridge in Whiringa-ā-rangi Memorial Park. I'm the current project architect for the redevelopment of Frank Kitts Park, and recently in the last year led the functional scope redesign for Town Hall, which included defining the brief for the basement and loading dock. I wish to highlight a couple of points of clarity informing the decisions councillors must make in regarding the immediate future of the City to Sea Bridge. On slide 1, the consultation document would suggest the opening of Town Hall is dependent on the full demolition of the City to Sea Bridge. However, the area in pink on the screen illustrates the extent of basement required to support Town Hall. The blue line represents the retaining and shared wall with capital E that also needs to be retained. The strengthening of these elements are understood to be scoped and costed elsewhere. As such, it would follow that the functionality of Town Hall and its opening is not dependent on a City to Sea Bridge decision. Slide 2, please. The technical complexity of the City to Sea Bridge would be better understood in its component parts rather than a single contiguous element, as the consultation document would suggest. 1, the Commonwealth walkway, stairs and ramps, suffice to say, of little cause for technical concern, therefore attention in the near to long-term future should not be disputed. The capital E building proper, noting this is a separate structure with positive attributes and its functioning landscape roof and below-ground basement voids that currently reduce and mitigate the risk of liquefaction and lateral spread. While its full strengthening and waterproofing may not viably stack up, more thought is needed to its adaptive reuse or continued use as a storage facility with a lower NBS rating. Also noting that the earthquake-prone Frank Kitts underground car park has recently reopened, encouragingly suggesting that Council is beginning to manage such risks and issues. Slide 3, please. The pedestrian bridge proper over Jervois Quay, the root cause of much technical focus and debate, IL2 versus IL3. Perhaps this slide should be retitled Spot the Difference. It's only one person. Semantics perhaps, but how we approach and define the problem in clear, simple steps is important. Slide 4, please. Our favourite subject, water pipes. And these two mains are particularly bad. With funding already available to fix these, it would follow there must and needs to be synergies across disciplines and departments to share unsolved problems and reduce disruption. A solution for the bridge can be a solution for the pipes. At Whiringa-ā-rangi Memorial Park, we encountered many such overlapping issues. We had a mantra, dig a hole once and backfill it once. We worked as a team with a clear unified vision and completed ahead of programme and under budget. This should not be the exception, but the norm. Last slide, please. The lagoon stairs and ramps, structurally and geotechnically, there are the concepts of planned wharfs versus floating islands, and this is helpful in understanding the acceptable level of damage during a major event. Think of the main road bridge as a piled wharf, allowing the ground to flow between, whilst keeping the corridor open. A few simple remedials could achieve this. Decoupling the lagoon abutments, considering them as floating islands that move, subside, requiring fixing or replacement if and when the time comes, could offer significant cost benefits. Indeed, it should be noted that the phaly interfaces of plinths, ramps and stairs, the Chinese garden walls at Frank Kitts are currently being designed as floating islands, as too is the Wakefield Street entry canopy to Town Hall. Some minor remedial will be required post an event. In closing, how we approach, think about and define our problems cannot be overstated. Currently, we do not have a clear understanding and consensus of what the problem actually is. Indeed, being aware of our prejudice, biases and the baggage we carry from one project to the next is also critically important. While recent strengthening projects across the city have overrun and weighs heavy on our minds, reaching for the wrecking ball before we've defined the problem is not a thoughtful solution. Set in the context of the city's to-sea bridge, this should be our opportunity to reset and fundamentally redefine how we collectively approach the rising issues we face as a city. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. That was precisely 5 minutes, so you've used up your time slot. So thank you very much for that presentation.
Thank you.
We have Peter Clayworth now.
Okay. Tēnā koutou katoa, he mihi nui ki o koutou, he mihi nui ki ngā tangata whenua o tēnei rohe. My name's Peter Clayworth. I've lived in Wellington since 1999. I work full-time as a professional historian, and I've got a PhD in history from the University of Otago. However, unlike our very knowledgeable and frankly great previous speakers, I am coming very much in this submission from, I haven't done deep research, I'm coming from a point of my emotional connection to the place in question. Having lived here for many years, having spent lots of time going to the art gallery, lots of time going to the waterfront, spent many happy periods of time on the bridge and been involved in a lot of cultural activities in the square, including a great many protests. I'm simply coming from a point of my own personal love for the place and connection with it. And in saying that, having not felt like my opinions or those of opponents to these proposals were coming across at the recent so-called public meeting, I am presenting my views here. I am not in favour of any of the three options that have been proposed. For me, one point against all three of these options, they seem to include a 10-storey building, which I don't feel I or any of the public were consulted on. I suspect this would shade the square. It will definitely reduce its open space. I do not think this 10-storey structure should be built. If I'm wrong about such a structure being built, I'd be very happy that it wasn't there. All of the options presented seem to present the square as some sort of pedestrian thoroughfare. To me, the square should function as a square, as a site of recreation, relaxation, public civil involvement, as it has done for many years. I don't see why we need to be worrying about flow through on a square. Surely it's a place of concentration, not a place that we wander through to go somewhere else. And of course, I have a great love for the city to see bridge, and I note that all three options suggest it should be demolished. I believe that's at a cost of about $30 million. I don't know if that's right or not, but if that be the case, then I figure that should be taken off whatever cost we're putting forward to save it. I think the bridge should be retained. To me, the City to Street Bridge is a significant artwork and a public space which I know is beloved by many Wellingtonians. It's work of a significant architect, John Gray, and three significant artists, all of whom I believe are Māori, Marita Matchet of Te Whanau Apanui, Matt Pine and Rewi Thompson. It expresses many different aspects of both tradition and culture in Aotearoa, and it's something that is well observed and used. Public art, I note, despite the fact that people often complain about it when it's being designed and built, is something that public actually love it, even if it's just to complain about. I note that this supposedly earthquake-risky structure survived the Kaikoura earthquake intact, and I believe, though I'm not an expert on any of this, that bridges are specifically included from the earthquake-prone regulations. If this is the case, it makes me somewhat suspicious of the insistence that the bridge does not meet earthquake standards. nor am I convinced that it has been, its retention and the pricing for that retention have been exhaustively researched. Certainly other opinions have been put forward. I'm not an expert on this. But if the bridge be replaced by a pedestrian crossing, from the point of view of public safety, the public are probably at greater risk of being run over than having the bridge fall on them during an earthquake. If the risk of liquefaction is what is the problem, surely an earthquake that's going to take the bridge out is probably going to take the seawall and the road with it. So we'd be back to square one anyway. I believe the square should remain as a square without the proposed 10-storey building. I do think the additional planting of native vegetation would be a good thing as long as it's done in such a way as not to remove the square's function as a square. I do think that if money and space in the square needs to be saved, for a start, I don't see why we need to landscape Jack Islet Green. It seems a perfectly good space to me already. It certainly should not be replaced by a commercial building. And while the City Gallery is a fantastic asset, I don't see that it's in need of expansion. And the commercial activity in the square is unnecessary and would not necessarily attract more people. In conclusion, my message is simple and emotional. Keep the square and save the bridge. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. You precisely used up your 5 minutes. Well done.
Thank you.
Spot on. Caroline Mills is the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Kia ora. My name is Carolyn Mills, and I want to say thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I am an NZSO musician of 36 years. I moved to Wellington in 1989. I've seen a lot in that time. Wellington, has gone through many changes, as we all know. And my submission today is, well, firstly, I want to say I wholeheartedly agree with the previous submitter, but I'm not going to talk much about the bridge. I'd like to mainly focus on the MFC, the Michael Fowler Centre. Please keep and restore the MFC. The town hall on its own in the precinct is not enough for the needs of a vibrant city or one which aspires to be vibrant again. I happily remember international arts festivals from the 1990s and the early 2000s, where both of these venues, as well as the Opera House and the St. James, were used every day and every night for an incredible feast of inspiring performances. People came from all over the Motu to enjoy everything beautiful that Wellington had on offer. If we limit ourselves to just the relatively smaller stage and capacity of the restored town hall, we will never again experience the full power of the NZSO, since a large romantic works-sized orchestra cannot fit on the new town hall stage. The NZSO needs an appropriate space for rehearsals and recordings, a space where the acoustics are such that our hearing, the musicians' hearing, is not damaged by being in too small a venue or stage. And since we have moved into the MFC, we have had much better outcomes in hearing, health, and safety. The larger audience capacity of the Michael Fowler Centre can make all the difference to the cost-to-income calculations of visiting artists and acts. The next size up that we have is the TSB, an acoustically terrible venue, and one completely unsuitable for events such as the MFC hosts. Considering all the empty office and retail spaces around the CBD, I can't comprehend the idea of another retail and office space being placed here, degrading the very soul of the entertainment district. I have read many of today's submissions, and I will not repeat everything that I'm in support of, but I would especially like to give a shout out to the submissions from the Urban Environment Professionals and Living Streets Aotearoa. I fully support the points made by these organizations, including the well-researched points about the city-to-sea bridge. In my mind, there is no compelling evidence that the bridge needs to be immediately demolished. Cuba Street surely has proven that multi-lane fast traffic across a pedestrian flow kills the heart of a neighborhood. I also believe that the options offered for comment by the council are not comprehensive enough and should be opened more transparently. It feels like ratepayers and residents are being rushed by an already decided agenda. We used to proudly call ourselves the arts capital of Aotearoa. If we want to claim that title again, we need to prioritize living well. We need to attract and support great talent and exciting creative arts and retain the elements which are the beating heart of our city. We can't do that by destroying what works and putting up another office building. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Has anyone got any questions? No, it looks like your points have been made very clearly, so thank you very much for that.
Thank you very much.
David Du is our next presenter. Is David here? No? Mike Durgan. Mike Durgan, are you here? Is that, oh yes he is. Thanks, Mike.
Yeah, that was a jump from 2:30.
Right.
Sorry. Yeah, my name's Mike Durkin. I'm Wellingtonian. Lived and worked here most of my life. Have travelled overseas, etc., and come back to Wellington because it's the capital and has a lot to offer. On the bridge, I think that I'm not sure where the estimates of the cost have come from, but I would question them. So in my written submission, I did actually request whether I can get access to the funding or the quantity surveyor work that was done to come up with those numbers. I think from memory the numbers were like 90 to 120 million. I think that's demolition and rebuild, but that just seems excessive to me. So I'm just questioning those numbers. I'm also concerned about the MFC. I think it's as the previous speaker had mentioned, a world-class facility. And if you want to go to a decent concert in Wellington that's acoustic, not a rock band, I mean, that's a fabulous facility. And I think removing it would be a fatal mistake. At whatever cost, I think it should be strengthened and put back into play. It's iconic and it's part of the Wellington scene, so I don't see a reason to remove that. It's actually mentioned in some of the documentation as a contributory building, which means to me it's been deemed to be secondary. I think it's a prime piece of real estate and it should be retained. I also agree with one of the previous speakers. I've just walked in, so and the square itself is a place to bring people into. I don't view it as a thoroughfare. I think that's a very good point. I didn't actually have that point myself, but I totally agree with that. It should be a place to bring people into. It's not an access way to the city. The bridge itself is really good. It's a fabulous piece of architecture and art. If the art is being degraded in any sort, I think it should be retained. And if it's not a good place for it, then it should be put elsewhere in the city, maybe in a museum or another place where it doesn't get so weathered or it's not so much at risk. So the artwork on it is fantastic. It's a beautiful bridge. I really don't see a reason to remove it, and the cost of strengthening it must be a lot less. I think on the cost issue, I think the council hasn't got a great record in spending money. They spend money on things that maybe a lot of the city would disagree with. But that's, I think that's an agenda and that's a party political type thing. So we won't comment on that here. But I've only got one other point, and that's the residential building, which we talked about having commercial enterprises in the square, which, that's fine. Hospitality makes a lot of sense. But I don't see a reason to have residential apartments on the civic centre site. I mean, there's plenty of other places in the city to live. I wouldn't have thought that living in the civic square was required or needed, or certainly not costing. So unless the council is looking to sell those apartments to help its long-term funding, I'm not sure what the reason for that is. So that's it for me. Thanks.
Thank you, Mike. Is there any questions? As Councillor, sorry, Mike, there is a question here from Councillor Frick.
Hi, and thank you. Just as somebody who uses the square, do you have any thoughts as to how it could become more lively? There has been some thought in the past that it's busy when there's an event there, but not quite so busy on a day-to-day basis.
It needs to integrate. Like you have mentioned integration. I think any sort of event being scheduled to be there. I've been there, and there's been music playing on a weekend and things happening on the sunny side, or integration with the art gallery, things going on there. Even sport happening in the turf area, which was, to me, that's odd, but it did bring people to the area. So I think organising events and bringing people into that area, having places to sit, grass areas makes a lot of sense. So it's bringing together of people for sure. But commercial buildings, residential buildings, I don't think it's a place for them.
Okay, thank you.
And also making sure the bridge is accessible to people who don't have, have disabilities, etc. So making sure the ramps are working.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Thanks, Mike. Thank you. Our next submitter is David Du, who is online, I think. Well, he might be online.
Can you hear and see me?
We can just hear you, I think. Can you speak up?
Yes, sorry. Is this better? I don't know if you can see me.
Can't see you, but you might want to. We still need you to speak up a bit.
Okay, great. Should I get started?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you very much for having me, and not sure if my camera's working. So it's the first time I've done an oral submission to the council, so thank you for putting me on. Look, I guess the reason why I'm so passionate about Civic Square is, Civic Square was one of the first things I ever saw when I first visited Wellington as a student in the mid-2000s, and it was such a cool, magical place. And now that I've lived here for almost 14 years, it's a place that I hold very dearly as a resident. I want to make 5 key points. First, I think we should be clear on what the core problem is in terms of redevelopment. Now, I know that the 2021 Ngāko framework identified multiple constraints and opportunities, but I believe that the core problem is simply the fact that there is a lack of open, active buildings around Civic Square. Everything else, I think, is tinkering. I think that the strength of Civic Square is in its title. It's about people as citizens and as creative beings. And most cities don't really set enough space aside for non-commercial activity. So I think we have an opportunity to really highlight and emphasize non-commercial activities, particularly arts and culture in Civic Square. And the logic of that is that if we allow Civic Square to play to its strengths, then that would attract people there for positive reasons. And then if more people are attracted there, then commercial activity would return. I believe that we don't need more commercial activity inside the square because there are plenty of office and retail vacancies to fill around the square. The second point, which is my main takeaway for you as councillors, is I think the priority is to get the key anchor projects open so that we bring people back to the square, and then at that point we can reassess what is needed at that point. I believe that no harm is done by just holding off on any big plans to Civic Square just yet. At the very least, if you do still choose to proceed, I would urge you to reset the direction of this proposal and get it reworked so that it shows that you've listened to the people who live in the city and care deeply about the city and its built heritage. Thirdly, in terms of how the proposal could be reworked, so Civic Square is inherently and predominantly a built environment, so perhaps can we be imaginative about maximising its potential through excellent urban design? Can we reflect mana whenua a lot more through drawing on their te aranga Māori design principles? Could we increase the use of active edges on most buildings if possible? This was an area mentioned in the 2021 framework. And if we do need to have a new tower, can we ensure that the ground floor is public realm, that the public can access 24 hours a day? That would mean that there is less of a visual and physical barrier to the public accessing the square and the harbour. My final 2 points are, fourthly, one is about the city to sea bridge. Personally, I'm quite appalled and quite angered by the proposal to demolish it. I don't trust the consultation proposal on this because there is competing advice on this, and I believe there are some logical flaws and omissions in the document. And I really do feel that somehow staff have manufactured a crisis that would lead to wrecking something people would love and use. So I really object to that. And I do question why this bridge is suddenly a priority when you consider that the council has not been able to influence action by private owners on several other empty sites that are an active drain on the city right now. Places like the Reading Cinema site, Amora Hotel, And there are two places near where I live, the Tumafs building near Cuba Street, before it burnt down, and the car park opposite that on Lead Street, which has not been redeveloped yet and has been a car park for the past 10 years. So I do question why demolishing a bridge is a priority compared with activating existing sites elsewhere in the city. My last point to try and end on something positive is whatever decisions you make, I urge you to preserve, retain and recite the existing public art so that it is in the square or hopefully nearby in the city. And I support the submission by the Aotearoa Public Art Heritage Trust on that issue. So those are my key points.
Great, thank you very much. Actually, we have insufficient time for any questions, so thank you for your presentation. Our next speaker is Catherine Wilson, who is talking with Melissa McGee, I think. One's online and one's in the room, is that right?
Yes, I'm Melissa McGee and Catherine should be online.
Okay.
Yeah. Are you fine for me to start?
Yep, sure.
Yep. Kia ora, councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. I am Melissa McGee, the new chairperson of the Property Council New Zealand's Wellington Committee. With me today is Catherine Wilson, Head of Advocacy, attending via video link. Property Council New Zealand is the collective voice of the property industry, with 223.6 billion in property assets across Wellington. Property provides a direct contribution to GDP of 3.6 billion and employment for 24,820 Wellington residents. Every year, Property Council's Wellington Regional Committee determines its priority. Our 2024 priority is a city that is vibrant, open for business, and focused on sustainability and investments in essential infrastructure. The Te Ngākau precinct is an important piece of Wellington's past, present and future. We support the range of projects underway to enhance and restore the precinct to its place as a civic and cultural heart of the city. We acknowledge and thank the Council's $65 million investment outlined in the long-term plan. The Council's significant investment into the precinct shows a sign of good faith and signals to Wellingtonians the Council's intention to invest in our city and future-proof the precinct. Wellington City Council's long-term plan 24-25 saw average rates rises of 16.9%. On top of this, Greater Wellington Regional Council rates increased by 20.55%. Wellington City Council cannot solely rely on rates and needs to secure private capital to unlock the city's vibrancy. Put simply, we think the Council has made a good decision investing in the precinct, and we think that it has reached the point of which the private sector should now come to the table. This is why we strongly support option 3, more commercial activity. This would see the private sector undertake negotiations with Council to develop a new building on the Michael Fowler Centre site to offer significant cultural, commercial, residential and/or hospitality opportunities. Negotiations should also include the design of the new building, incorporating a new raised pedestrian bridge as an alternate way to fund the Council's proposed sea bridge. If negotiations went to plan, this would see the private sector relieving the ratepayers of an additional $17 million by incorporating the sea bridge into their building design. Consequently, we support option 1 that the Council only develop a pedestrian crossing on the proviso that option 3 is chosen and the Council work with the private sector to deliver a sea bridge. This significant investment by Council outlines the importance for the Council to receive a return on their investment through vibrancy and the use of the precinct. In regards to Jack Illott Green, we also support commercial activity on this site, especially given that Frankett's Park is directly across the road and will be accessible via the new pedestrian crossing. The Council have also dedicated budget towards the redevelopment of Frankett's Park and should be supporting this asset by diversifying Jack Illott Green to encourage more people using the new and upgraded facilities within the precinct and across the road. Property Council members invest, own and develop property in Wellington. Our members deeply care about the future of Wellington and strongly believe that more commercial activity in the precinct would help improve vibrancy, visibility and connections to the sea and other assets such as Frankett Park, Te Kina Convention Centre and Cuba Street. Thank you for your time today. On a personal note, I'm excited to have been elected as the new chairperson of the Property Council in Wellington, and I look forward to working with the council and elected members as we share the vision of together creating cities where communities thrive.
Thank you. Are there any short questions? Nope. Looks as if you've set up. We've got one.
Thank you, and congratulations on your appointment. We had Willis Bond coming in and talking about how they didn't think, at least in the foreseeable future, there was a real space for commercial development. Bars and cafes, I think, were all right, but not office space or whatever. I was just wondering if you could respond to that, given this is a long-term plan.
Yeah, I think it's a long-term plan, and I think a vision needs to be created from the council in order for the private to see a vision for the future. And so I think if council leads that way, the private sector will follow if there's a vision there to see the vibrancy created. I don't know, Katherine, you might have more to add on that.
I was just going to say, yeah, I agree with you, Melissa. It all comes down to local council, iwi and private sector working closely together to establish that vision on what they want. And we just think it's an exciting opportunity for the private sector to also come to the table and support the council investment that they've already made on the civic precinct.
But I somewhat agree with what Willis Bond, that the current environment probably there's not demand there, but I'm not to say that that's happening in the future. This is a very long-term plan. Buildings take time. They certainly don't happen overnight.
Yeah.
Great, thanks very much. Thank you. Jacob Scott is our next presenter. Jacob, if you'd like to come up and tell us what you'd like to tell us.
Kia ora koutou. Ko John Scott, taku pāpā. I whakapapa to Te Aotearoa through his mother, my grandmother Kathleen Narani Blake, and Te Aroa through my grandfather, and Ngāti Raukawa and Ngāti Kaununu. Ko Jacob Scott Tokoingo. I'm here representing myself, but also the Matchet whānau here, with his daughter Marita, who will speak after me, son Vernon, and granddaughter Nahuia. Just wanted to pay a tribute to Anna Marie White and her report for the with the Heritage Trust. John Gray, Riwi Thompson, Toi Maihi, Matt Pinney, Ian Athfield, Roger Shand, and all those others who had a hand in this wonderful treasure. I've known Paratini Matchet for more than 60 years. Initially, when he was a travelling arts advisor, he came to our primary school, and ever since then. We shared a tuakana relationship. He was my mentor, tutor, second dad. When he got retired from teaching in 1986, he got stuck into producing work. In 1999, I went to the Picasso Museum in Paris with Selwyn Muru and Brett Graham. And if you've ever been there, it's worth a visit. It's an amazing place. When we rocked up unannounced, Selwyn, as he does, introduced our whakapapa connections, and he identified Para as our Kiwi Picasso, Maori Picasso. Para's left a body of work in a workshop comparable to that of Picasso. At the moment, it's next level. It's locked up in wraps in Ahuriri and Napier. We worked together side by side for 2 decades. We functioned connected with other educators in that artist group that are known as the Tovi Lot. The movers and shakers worked in closely with us as supporters, integral advisors, and para-led Ngāpuna Waianga Māori artists and writers for 2 decades. Para was a navigator. He knew which way the wind was blowing and the tax that needed to be made to stand up our arts, not only in Aotearoa, but in the world. He and his mates knew that to be labelled a Māori artist was to be boxed into a fashionable realm that my father called fossilised art. They knew they were Māori and they knew what that meant. My father was the first Māori architect. He designed the Fortuna Chapel in Conroy. In 1964, my father wrote an article, this article in the New Zealand Herald, that describes the state of our arts. It's a full page. Describes the state of our arts in Aotearoa as it was in 1964. He said structurally things had changed, that Māori arts and crafts had become relegated to be applied decorative elements. No longer were they consistent with structure and new life. They became images of the new Māori clinging to a past age. Insecurity resulted, art no longer complemented the new environment and buildings, and Māori art was in the state of being fossilised. The tradition of exploration and development was expressed in the confusion of non-acceptance of the new with that of the past, and the place of Māori art and the role of the architect had been obscured. Māori art and architecture took a big hit from the Tohunga Suppression Act.
Jacob, your time has actually elapsed, so could you just actually sort of sum up and give us a final key point?
Yeah, sure.
Could we not give this person a bit more time?
I would like to hear.
Well, you could ask him afterwards, but we actually have got a time budget, and we'd like to actually just sum it up now. Thanks.
Got trains to catch?
There's no doubt in our mind that this is a heritage site, should be designated a heritage site. And as a whānau, we're not afraid of change. We want to offer up our assistance in moving forward and working forward, in whatever form that might take. But what we would employ is it'd be good to recognise and give some head to those artists and designers that will be working hard to stand something fresh up, if that's what happens. So that creativity and innovation we would like to see carried forward.
Thank you very much, Jacob. Thank you. We now have Marita Matchet. Thank you, Marita.
Kia ora koutou. Ko kākanui te maunga, ko matarewa te puna wai, ko mā tātua te waka. Ko te whānawa apanui, te iwi. Ko ngā uri o Ngāti Parau, te whānawa apanui, te whakatōhia. Ko Marita Matchet tōku ingoa. My connection to the City to Sea Bridge is through the artwork of my father, Para Matchet. I am not a Wellington ratepayer, neither do I live here. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge the Council for the options given to the whānau for consideration in the event the bridge was to be demolished. These would also be options Council would have to consider without whānau input. We advocate strongly to retain the bridge and Te Ngākau Civic Centre because of the historical and national significance of the architecture and artwork, the bicultural collaboration between very important artists and architects,
Dewi Thompson, Toi Maihi, Matt Pinne, Marita Matchet, John Gray, Roger Shan, Ian Athfield, and also acknowledging the artwork of other significant artists within these two areas. Many pieces of artwork will be affected. These are all taonga, specially created for the people of Te Whanganui-a-Tara for this area. The bridge serves a great purpose. It allows people continuous access to the waterfront. It's doing its job, a place for people to pass through, to sit, to meet, to take in the view, to take a breath. It's more than just a bridge. And parts of the paragraphs written in your development plan sum up the functionality of the bridge beautifully. The Public Art Heritage Aotearoa New Zealand in their research have clarified that the entire site can be considered one integrated architectural and sculptural installation. Everything intrinsically flows together. The history and influential people involved over many years to create this space is huge. A significant component of the design of the Civic Centre was the inclusion of commissioned art, much of which was commissioned to reflect the bicultural nature of the city. Artworks were an integral part of the design of the bridge and the square, telling the story of tangata whenua's arrival by sea to land. Keeping an open mind, if our father's artwork has to be removed because the outcome is for demolition of these areas, then we strongly believe it should remain in Wellington. It belongs to Wellington. The artwork was created to tell the story of this particular area. It is connected to this area. The artwork is of national significance. Therefore, if Council wish to remove, then conversations for well thought out and sensible solutions need to be found. The favoured outcome would be to reinstall the work somehow within the city. And also asking Council for collective consultation with architects and artists, whānau and kaitiaki connected with the artwork, so there may be meaningful conversations around what will happen to the works in the future. For us all to be included every step of the way. Yes, you've given our whānau options, but responsibilities also remain with the Council. The City to Sea Bridge and Te Ngākau Civic Square are too important just to be bulldozed. These areas must be protected and conserved and given the recognition they deserve. My hope is that the choice of retaining the bridge is made with the consideration and respect it deserves. Ngā mihi, kia ora koutou.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Councillor Barrett.
Thank you very much for coming in today. That was incredibly helpful. I'm just wondering what you think the place of mana whenua is in this process as well.
Well, it depends on what the outcome is going to be, I think. I mean, mana whenua, tangata whenua, you know, very important and significant people in this area. But I also believe when this artwork was being created, mana whenua were included in some way. Am I correct in saying that? So that was back, yeah, way back. So there has been mana whenua input in here when these pieces were being created. So at any time, they could have been included more. But if, you know, things change and move, and we're open to those changes as long as they're the right changes and as long as you do the right thing by the artwork, because it's most important. It's not just wood and stone, and they need to be handled with care and aroha.
Thank you very much. Marita, we have Peter Barrett as our last submitter before afternoon tea.
Thank you to the Council. I will try and be within my 5 minutes, although I know I am on time.
I just want to start by opening that I am a Wellingtonian. I have lived here basically all my life. I think I was 3 months old when I arrived here. I live in the centre of the city in Chews Lane Apartments. I think you already heard from some other people who live in that edifice. And I use the bridge, City to Sea Bridge, every day. It's often twice a day, sometimes more. I value it, and I think that you should all value it too, councillors. I want to start by saying that 50 years ago, port cities all over the world turned their backs on ports. And we made the decision that we were going to bring the sea back to the city. That's what the City to Sea Bridge was all about. I think that that decision has promoted good health and happiness in the city. I think people tend to cross over to the water and breathe the sea air and feel happier, and it certainly encouraged walking. It gives me the ability to walk to the beach every day if I want to do that, and many days I do. I think that a pedestrian crossing doesn't have the same effect. I can remember people saying to me when the pedestrian crossing when the first developments, Queen's Wharf, took place, people saying, you can't encourage Wellingtonians to cross a highway to the water any day, at least of all in a southerly. I don't think that a pedestrian crossing is a good idea. I think it's dangerous. I think it's awkward. City to Sea Bridge allows you to saunter to the sea. You quietly walk over. Unfortunately, it's been cut to pieces by the fact that the development has denied the ability of people with wheelchairs to access the way through, which I think is terrible, and there's no move taken to properly deal with the absence of wheelchair access to the water. I think that's a problem. As for the work of art that we are fortunate to have on it, I'm so glad that I arrived a little early and heard the Matchet family speak about this. I think that's a marvellous work of art, and I agree with, I think, Jacob, who said that this is not just a work of art, it's the traditional Maori art, which means that it is wooden and it weathers. And I think that that's what he was saying. I think this goes to the very heart of Maori art. It should weather. We should repair it, put in another piece of wood, as we do every now and again, just as you would do if it was an archway or a fascia on a meeting house. These things weather because they're outside. If it goes anywhere, it should be outside. It should be Maori art with a function that is beautiful. And I think it gives real meaning to that space, because people have their lunches on the bridge and just sit around or lie in the sunshine when we have that. I think it's an asset that needs to be preserved. Now, very quickly, I'm going to just raise a bit of a gripe now. You may have heard this already. I don't want to be at risk of driving yet another 4-inch nail into the heads of councillors. But I want to say this about the words that really got stuck in my craw, and that's why I'm here. For safety reasons, doing nothing is not an option. Now, I don't know who said that. I suspect it was a council employee of some kind who said that. I don't know. Is that person an engineer? They're not a practical engineer, because the first rule of practical engineering is, if it works, don't try to fix it. And it works. Instead, we are told that it is earthquake prone. So I don't really understand that word, and that also infuriates me. You mean that the bridge is prone to get earthquakes as opposed to other places? No, what you really mean by that phrase is that it presents an earthquake injury risk. So say it, don't say earthquake prone, it's stupid. Earthquake injury risk. Therefore, I ask the council, what is the injury that we're talking about here? What's going to happen? What kind of collapse is going to happen? This is not a building where people live in. It's expressly excluded from your covenant with respect to buildings. It is a bridge. It is used to cross from one place, A and B. If it starts to shake, my suggestion is do it a little quicker. But it is not a building. It presents a different series of risks. I've already read a bit of material which says that there is something wrong, inherently wrong with the structure, and in my written submission, I just said...
Hey, Pete, your time is up. Do you want to sum up?
Okay, fill it full of concrete.
The bridge. Sorry, the bridge. Oh, right. Okay, well, that is now our afternoon tea break, so we can, if anyone does have any questions for Peter Barrett, they can ask him over a cup of tea. quite a few of the people who spoke earlier to come back because it was been so fascinating. Is Brian Hassel here? Brian, would you like to come up and
Yes, thank you
present
very
to us?
much, Mr. Chairman and councillors, for listening to our concerns about the City to Sea Bridge in particular. And I'm afraid I'm on the same line as the previous speakers. I'm concerned that what you're doing is spending money that you don't need to spend right now. And council certainly has more than enough projects to spread money around on. I'm a civil engineer, professional civil engineer. I'm not a structural engineer, but I've read the reports. And the result that I get from reading the reports is that nobody says this bridge has to be closed right now and demolished. They say vaguely that maybe 2 years' time, maybe 5 years' time, that might be a conclusion you could reach. But in the meantime, they suggest that more work is needed to have a look at what the problem really is. The engineers say that the bridge effectively meets 20% of the 100% standard that could be capable on various structures. Because it isn't a dwelling and nobody lives on the bridge, the possibility of people being impacted by a severe jolt and the bridge starting to collapse is very low. There may be somebody passing at the time. This is the same around the whole of the city. The bridge is no different. The bridge, in fact, is likely to be deserted at the time when there's an earthquake. The bridge has not been impacted at all by recent earthquakes. There's nothing there to show us that you really have to rush in and do something. And the other bit of information that we're given is that the emergency management people would like to use the route around the quays as a route to the hospital. Now, that's fine. I've worked as an engineer in that position as well, and we were very good at drawing maps and drawing possible lines where traffic could go and trying to support those being kept clear. And there's nothing wrong in that, except that there are multiple routes to the hospital now, and there will be in future. There is the possibility that if the bridge is impacted by a serious earthquake, so still will be other buildings along that route. It may not be possible to get to the bridge the way we do now. So I think it's a concern for the emergency management people, but I think they blow it up a bit too high. They will be able to find routes, and I live at present, we're ratepayers in the city. We live only a few hundred metres away from the bridge. We see very few ambulances using it. It is not presently a route to the hospital. There are other ways to go there. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Councillor Free.
I'm going to be brave and try and ask you about an engineering type question. Do you think that's been explained enough in the consultation document? What staff have tried to explain to us is that there's a lot of codependencies between wanting to finish and finalise designs around the town hall, deciding to keep the underground car park, which attaches to side of Capital E, the connection between the Capital E and the bridge, the connection with the seawall and the bridge. Do you feel the public has had an adequate explanation of some of these interdependencies?
I think there's been very little explanation in that terms, but they are not problems that require demolishing a bridge. There are ways of dealing with most of those to one side of taking the bridge away. The Capital E area was not built at the same time as the bridge. I think you'd be able to deal with that and with the loading zone issue separately. And if it needs to be done as part of the town hall, that's fine. I mean, I think that work can be done. But it doesn't require us knocking the bridge down and wiping the slate clean of the whole area to do it.
So another question, if I may. Do you feel then if we were to demolish the bridge, we would have to give a much more complete explanation as to why we might reach that conclusion?
Well, certainly, yes. And I mean, as well, it appears that there's been no in-depth view as to what the best way of reinforcing the area of the bridge just at the back of the lagoon, which that work in time will need to be done. There will be some ways which are easier and cheaper to do it than others. So far, I don't think much has been done to really look into that.
Thank you, Brian. Sorry,
to delay the process.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your answer.
We've run out of time, so thank you very much for your presentation and answering those questions. John Gray is our next presenter.
Tēnā koutou katoa. And thank you for this opportunity to speak to the draft plan for the Tanaka project, or precinct. My name is John Gray. I've lived and worked in Wellington for 50 years. I came to Wellington from Melbourne in the late 1974 to play my part in founding the School of Architecture at Victoria University of Wellington. Throughout the 1980s, I was instrumental in envisaging, planning, designing, and then facilitating the development of Wellington's waterfront. By 1986, the plan for the waterfront included the concept of a plaza-type bridge connection between the waterfront and the then emerging plans for the new civic centre at the heart of the city. In 1992, Riwi Thompson and I were commissioned by Council to design that bridge connection. By then, the Civic Square and the associated buildings were completed. The city architect, Roger Shand, was charged with managing the development, insofar as Ian Athfield and Gordon Moller could be managed, that is, I suppose. Roger's brief for me and Riwi was simple, but also profoundly important, remembering that this was the time of the sesquicentenary of the signing of the Treaty of Waitangi. We were charged with delivering a welcoming, bicultural public meeting ground. Soon after Riwi and I began our work, we recommended that Marita Matchet should also be commissioned. Working with Riwi and Para was an inspiring experience which I treasure. I wish to acknowledge them and the many artists, both Maori and Pākehā, who contributed to what was a very collaborative effort. It's a privilege to be speaking towards the end of this hui, because it's only at this point that we can take stock of what's been orally submitted in the last 2 days. And it's at this point, for me at least, that the best way forward for Tanaka is completely clear. We have an answer, and that answer is to work with what we have. I've heard 2 key messages from my fellow experts and informed citizens in this round of oral submissions. Both messages represent sound, sustainable options for the future of the square. The first is keep the bridge. This is shorthand for keeping the existing precinct as a whole. The precinct has suffered from neglect, deferred maintenance, but it's an urban heart that's not broken. It is fit for purpose. 2, we need to curb spending. Council faces a critical and rapidly worsening economic situation. We especially need to focus on the money involved with earthquake strengthening, typically running into the hundreds of millions. By reducing from all the works to just the right minimum amount of works needed. Not every building has to have base isolators. So to round off this submission, I'll illustrate how we could apply these principles when considering what to do with three of the structures: the seawall, the city-to-sea bridge, and capital E. Seawall. This structure supports the reclaimed foreshore, including the road along the quays. It's withstood with severe earthquakes without damage for 130 years plus. The seawall is not a scheduled earthquake-prone building. Council has no legal obligation to strengthen the seawall. No expenditure on strengthening is required. City-to-sea bridge. single-storey structure comprising lightweight decks supported on reinforced concrete beams and columns, has been through moderate earthquakes without damage, meets structural performance requirements for bridges under the Land Transport Authority. The City to Sea Bridge is not a scheduled earthquake-prone building. Council has no legal obligation to strengthen this structure, and no expenditure on strengthening is required. Capital E. Single reinforced concrete box-like structure. It has been through moderate earthquakes without damage. There's no evidence so far of liquefaction. Capital E is a scheduled earthquake-prone building, provisionally 20% MBS, based on desktop engineering studies. By keeping it, Council is under a legal obligation to strengthen the structure, but it is not required to strengthen to 100 MBS. Pull back from 100 to what is needed, no less and no more. The cost differences would be significant. In conclusion, in this city of Wellington, we have the best earthquake engineers, the best urban designers and planners, the best landscape architects, the best architects working in the area of sustainable design, and the best lawyers working in those fields. Many have made submissions, and some of them are in this room today. There is an even larger body of super well-informed citizens with critical minds who have also contributed submissions. The overwhelming majority of submitters from this broad cross-section of our community are opposed to the Warren and Marnie plan. My question for councillors is this: have you been heard? Have you been heard, and will you heed this advice? I urge you collectively pause, tap into this wonderful resource if needs be, and then work to realise the better plan, namely to keep and further nurture the civic heart this city already has and loves.
Thank you very much, John. You've used up your 5 minutes, so we don't have any time for questions. But thank you very much. We have Carol Inkster is our next speaker.
Thank you for the opportunity to address Council. I'm here to seek the preservation of the City to Sea Bridge and save my rate-paid money. I'm not an expert in bridge building or strengthening, but rather in this context, a passionate Wellingtonian that is proud of this little city. I'm also a supporter of the arts, culture and heritage of the city, and given the choice between the concrete overpass adjacent to the city and about to be demolished, it is really no choice. The concrete bridge is an illustration of function without form. The artistry and iconography of the bridge is impressive. If you think of great bridges of the world, you get the Chapel Bridge in Lake Lucerne in Switzerland, maybe the Ponte Vecchio in Florence, the Segunda Bridge in Lisbon, although it's bright orange, we'll give that away, the Helix Bridge in Singapore, very modern, and a number of longer, higher, more suspended feats of our architecture. And then we have the City to Sea Bridge. But this is our bridge, our art. The seawall is being strengthened along the Ngāronga to Petone area is 4.5 kilometres long and is requiring 6,700 shaped units as part of the construction. These are being made in Seaview, and I'd be surprised if the Jervois Quay seawall in the lagoon of just a few metres would compare. That seawall also supports the 6 lanes, so strengthening could be twofold. The City to Sea Bridge welcomes people from the harbour to the sea and to our city. It is an iconic artwork. In my submission, I compare London Bridge in Arizona with the relocation of art of the bridge. Neither is optimal. But with so many bridges in London, maybe they felt that they could lose one. We can't lose our bridge. I ask that it be preserved and strengthened, and if that means fill it with concrete, just do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Carol? No, thank you very much. Richard Burl, are you here? Oh, you are. Yep, great.
Kia ora, councillors. Wellington City has 6 internationally recognised urban designers. This is an urban design project, and there's not one urban designer in the project. The city ran a design competition for Tinakau, 5 groups submitted, and spent in excess of $100,000 each. Why have these submissions not been made public? It's about respect to the process and the submitters. They're generally put up on a website somewhere or displayed. Warren and Marnie are very, very good office building architects, but they're not urban designers. Stop the spend, get rid of them. Appoint a Wellington urban designer followed by their input into a list of team members. There needs to be a technical advisory group to sign off all future designs, both urban, architectural and art. Wellington Waterfront had a group that worked very well for 25 years. Councillors need to have a workshop with 5 members of the Architectural Centre to explain what exists out in Civic Square now. Large parts have been closed for so long since the earthquakes. Councillor Sue Driver started the Civic Square process when she was on the council, and she was the driving force of the councillor group that worked on it. Sue's group appointed Sir Ian Athfield to lead the team of designers. The group of councillors also had the vision that the iwi would to be part of this team. The final design was the first project in 150 years where the Māori were genuinely part and inclusive of a redesign of an important urban public space. There are 5 or 6 public works of art out in the square that I did not realise existed until now. The paving's an artwork. Anyway, enough of urban design. Capital E. My sand idea has gone out the door. Several engineers have told me about it. Option 1 now is a permanent propping system, and this propping would be braced, and that's the most cost-effective thing. Option 2 is to fill with very low-strength concrete, and I have an engineer. I have spent John Devine from Spencer Homes working on a scheme for both. At some stage we will forward to the council offices. Dunning Thornton have a report for the city, but we're not allowed to see it. I'm told they have a very cost-effective solution for strengthening Capital E. This is also good. The bridge is not connected to Capital E. Do nothing to the bridge. In a major earthquake, the bridge will not fall down. The streets around it are going to liquefy up to 600 mils. And the general feeling when you talk to engineers is the seawall, if the earthquake's that big, the seawall will be gone and the road will have disappeared at the same time. If the bridge needs to be demolished, deal with it at the time. Serious demolition, say it's 18 hours work for 2 machines to crunch and push the bridge into the lagoon. The city has a Picasso or a Michelangelo sitting out there, and I am doubtful that many people in this room realise the genius of Sir Ian Athfield. Please, we cannot lose any of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Are there any questions? Looks like Councillor Paddett has got a question for you. She's one of your neighbours, isn't she? So
Sort of.
Sort of.
Same as you, Tom. Thanks, Richard. Do you think you could do this work any cheaper as a developer than what some of the costs have been put up?
Well, none of us have looked at the costs until we get the Dunning Thornton report that's eventually due out. Till we get that and see that, the reality with strengthening 1 and 1 makes 2, and by going to a smaller contractor, you may save some money, but whether it's LT McGuinness doing it or a smaller contractor like Aspect, it's the engineering design. But it needs that, and from the reports I've seen, I don't think the 2 reports that are available as part of this process at the moment are old reports. They're not contemporary. But Dunnings are looking into it. I have confidence in them. I can tell you that we will be making submissions on that with John Devine. I also think that I know you're probably at the end of your process now, but for getting the 3 engineers, including Dunnings, that you've had working on it, and one person from each of those firms, getting John Devine, who's a very good communicator and one of the best engineers in town, and he's probably had less buildings fall down than all the other major firms in town, which is something to put. But if you had 5 of them here for a workshop for a couple of hours, then it wouldn't need to be even that long. Get a consensus from them. So, John's telling me on Friday, under IL2, the bridge is 52%, but you need the engineers sitting here.
Great, thank you very much, Richard. That's the end of the public submission. So now James Roberts will introduce the report. Oral submission report.
Thank you, Chair. I now introduce the oral submission report.
Does anybody wish to debate that or ask James any questions? The written. Yeah. Questions or comments?
Yep, I have. Okay, question first.
Questions. Okay,
Yep. So
any questions before we move on to debate?
Cool. My question to you, James, is before we heard from Helena saying that if we go ahead, if we don't move an amendment tomorrow to the long-term plan, the Civic Square will be ripped off by early next year or mid-December. What does that mean, and what is that?
So, Councillor, the Council agreed to pursue a strengthening option for the basement, what we call the basement car park, which is the centre part of Civic Square. We were able to come up with a scheme that was affordable within that $65 million budget for that particular component. It is and correct me if I'm wrong, Faz, but we are fixing from the top as opposed to from underneath. In order to be able to fix it, we will have to take up the tiles and the surface of the square as it is today, and the astroturf and all that piece, and then do the structural strengthening, and then at the end of that we would make good.
Is there any decision you're expecting from us? Because it seems now you are already planning for something. Is that decision we already made, or is that decision you're expecting us to make?
That decision was made, I can't actually remember the exact date, but it was made some weeks ago.
I believe that was 12th of September.
So, but it's nothing to do with the capital E or the C2C bridge?
Correct, it's separate from that, correct. Other than it's using the same line item of $65 million that was in the LTP. It's using a part of that. When we put the $65 million in the LTP, right, we initially put a much higher number on the table, but Council decided to just go with the $65 million, which was considered at the time to be the cost of demolition of all of those elements.
Yep.
So when we then went back and looked at what to do with the different elements, the first one that we addressed was the actual basement itself. And so that, in essence, that 65 is split into multiple components. So the component that was available to fix the basement, we came up with a scheme that would fit within that cost, and that's what was approved in September.
So if I want to move tomorrow an amendment to remove funding for the city to sea bridge and for the capital E, how much that would it be? Because if you already have planned for this one, how much it is? Because I'm thinking 65 million to remove the whole amount, but now we need to know how much exactly you're planning for this project.
Fast?
30 million.
So 30 million that left is for capital E and the bridge.
Correct.
So how much is for the bridge and the capital E?
30 million.
Together 30 million, but how much for each?
It's a demolition. So the least cost proposition, which is what's available is 30, because remember we've allocated the rest to improve the car park.
That's true. What I'm saying is if we decide, example, to do only the capital E, I'm not saying, but leave the bridge, is there any costing for that as well? It's not, it's questioning.
Sorry, and just the process, because we've obviously heard hearings and a paper will come to us with advice based on the submissions that we have received. So we are in a separate though connected, decision-making process with regards to the City to Sea Bridge and Te Ngākau.
Through you, Chair, I think those decisions are interconnected. I really want to make those things, I want to get the figure right. So you're saying 30 million for capital E, and okay, so that is the money to be removed if we don't want to go ahead with it. Okay, thank you.
Yep. Councillor Bennett.
Yeah, so thanks. Just following on from my colleague's question, you know that I have been asking about removing the money, but we have to, and in fact, I wanted to put in the Begonia House, as you know, instead. But my question is, because there is possibly a bit of a legal issue because we haven't got the report back, is do you have any idea when the advice will be available to councillors, just so that we can communicate that to the public so they know what the process is?
Is that the question you were asking me this
Yeah.
So
and last week as well.
We need to have a chat to Beth. She's available at 4:30 today.
So when we're having our briefing, so we could get that from her then at the same time. Okay, lovely. Thank you.
Any more questions?
This one is, James, we're making a decision on December 5, and today we finished this. And the whole week, councillors are extremely busy. Those who are not here today, including the mayor, they need to look at the YouTube for 2 days. That means we're making a decision next Thursday. Are you confident in bringing the report after we heard all the submissions? In 3 days' time, by Thursday, the paper needs to be out. So are you expecting to extend the report date, the decision dates?
Do not have a plan to extend it at the moment, Councillor. We will have the paper for you.
Any more questions? Councillor Frey, sorry, yes.
Thank you. Look, what we've obviously heard quite a lot of people who would like us to be able to save the City to Sea Bridge. Is there any indication of how the overall consultation's gone in terms of, the wider view of Wellingtonians?
Yes, there is. We can probably forward that to all the councillors this afternoon if you'd like us to.
I understand some councillors have an inkling about it, but I don't. But that would be appreciated. My next question is, can you explain the real why we have to do this in terms of the impact this project, the City to Sea Bridge, has on what we might want to do with the town hall, and what the town hall obviously is on critical path, and we don't want it to cost more than it's cost, so we're on critical path with that. How does that drive decisions on this project? Well, no, because what I'm hearing is a whole lot of questioning as to why we have to do this now. And okay, well, I've actually emailed you a list of questions, technical questions, that have arisen in my mind as a result of what we've heard. Thank you. Can I ask about the probability, or is that another technical question?
Probability of what?
Why we're using a 1 in 1,000 probability for our engineering assessments. Or is that another technical question?
Sort of out of scope, really.
Okay. I'll put all of these more technical questions to you by email.
Is there anybody who would like? I'm happy to move the motion. Sure. Yep.
Just really briefly, because we are going to debate this in early December, but I would just like to give a huge thanks to all members of the public, whether I agreed with them or not, for making such an enormous effort to come and speak with us over the last 2 days, and to give well-considered thinking about this. I think for me, I'm not always a black and white person. I see some arguments on both sides, which I think it's been helpful to have the process. Just to have that highlighted, that there are some arguments which we need to work through quite carefully. So really grateful, and just want to very much acknowledge the amazing work that was done in the 90s to create this world-class civic square. It's amazing, and just we will have that discussion about how we move forward into the future. Kia ora.
Is this a question or is it debate?
No, debate.
As we have to move the motion, so I'll move. So I moved the motion. Do I have a seconder? Can we just vote on that? All right, now you can debate it. Sorry.
Cool. I think
it's been a long day.
This is really interesting. I have never seen in my 2 years in council such level of expertise coming and doing submissions, and also I saw the really good confidence from some of our staff members, James and Farhaz as well. But the expertise, the way they explained it, these very complex issues, made me really actually to appreciate what kind of community that we have. And if we listen and deliver according to our community's generous time, we would do a lot of great things. My worry is just like, we do not have enough time now to make a quality decisions. I really want this panel to recommend to the council at least to take time. We have heard Friday the whole day, today the whole day. I know how much I benefited from these submissions. For my colleagues who are not here today, I want them to get that time to digest the information. That means if the report is coming on Thursday, tomorrow the whole day we are in a meeting, the next day we are in a meeting, Thursday we are in a meeting, the only time they have is to do it on the weekend. And next week on Thursday, we're making decisions.
Okay. Thanks.
So basically, I'm recommending to you, Chair, to some extent, if you can move the paper to early next year, because this is the end of December, and we can make a quality decision. Otherwise, I think it's going to be very, very difficult to make quality decisions.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Carmen. Does Councillor Frey?
Yes, and thank you to both of my colleagues who've spoken already about the quality of what we've heard. We certainly heard an awful lot of information, technical and subjective, but it has been interesting to me to realise how important this connection has been to people. And certainly we've had a very good sense of the sense of place and connectivity that it's provided. So I think the big takeout for me is that regardless of what decision we end up making, it's going to be incredibly important that we set out very logically the steps which have led us to a conclusion, because there is an awful lot of material to digest here, an awful lot of emotional material as well to digest. And I think it's incredibly important that we are able to articulate the reasoning that might lead us to a decision which might not be one that may or may not be one that's accepted by many people, I don't know. But the important thing is that we're very logical about it and factual. And at the moment, I feel that there are some gaps there for me, but they need to be filled. We need to be able to very clearly explain what's going on here and what depends on what, and what costs there are to fix various bits, and what things are or are not possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more debate? No? Okay, so I would like to put the motion which has been moved and seconded, and could you please vote in favour or against, as the case may be. That is passed. We'll just have the karakia to close. So if you would like to join that would be appreciated. Thank you.